Chapter 585. Qin Feng was going all out to snatch food from the mouth of a tiger. If one didn't advance, they would fall behind. Qin Feng knew that he might look good on the outside, but he actually had a lot of enemies, and each one was more vicious than the other. Let's not talk about the number one direct disciple of Xingqian school who was rumored to have verified his Tao and become a sage. Recently, he had killed the youngest son of the Qinquan sect's sect master. The Qinquan sect definitely wouldn't let him off. They might have already sent experts over. I must get this true spirit pearl. Qin Feng was determined. The son of Blackwater had a headache. He realized that Qin Feng was a rebellious descendant who betrayed his master and ancestors. He was really hard to deal with. He was proficient in the power of the void and could appear and disappear unpredictably. The son of Blackwater was anxious to possess the body and didn't have much strength to kill Qin Feng. Depressing, angry, frustrated. At this moment, he had to protect the Dragon Prince. Although the Dragon Prince wasn't a pure Blackwater mystical snake, the son of Blackwater could see that the Dragon Prince had great potential and had an extraordinary status. He was an excellent cauldron. The son of Blackwater could see that although Qin Feng was only at the peak of the sea reincarnation realm, he had walked very far on the path of the Water Tao. Moreover, he smelled a strong scent of a mutated bloodline on Qin Feng. If it was possible, he actually wanted to possess Qin Feng. However, his intuition told him that Qin Feng was extremely dangerous. If he possessed Qin Feng, he would definitely die. He didn't doubt his intuition at all. Rumble. The black water blocked the Dragon Prince like a waterfall. The son of Blackwater hastened his possession. The Dragon Prince's eyes flashed violently. He was sometimes ferocious and sometimes fearful. Although he didn't kill the Dragon Prince, fighting with an expert like the son of Blackwater was still beneficial to Qin Feng. While he was trying his best to stop the son of Blackwater from possessing the body, he was also trying to comprehend the profoundness of the 9 underworld Blackwater. Rumble. A sword light went around the Blackwater and appeared beside the Dragon Prince. Damn it! The son of Blackwater was wary of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. As he roared, countless black waters of the 9 underworlds transformed into rolling water thunders that broke through the air. After shattering the sword light, a vast lightning appeared in front of Qin Feng. Rumble. A black lotus appeared beneath Qin Feng's feet and enveloped him. This trick again. Son of Blackwater gnashed his teeth in anger. If it wasn't for this black lotus, Qin Feng would have died long ago with his current power. It's a pity that my Blackwater world has withered. Inside the true spirit pearl, there was a huge shadow of a Blackwater mystical snake. Its eyes were extremely gloomy. Soon, a beam of black light darted out again, turning into layers of water curtains. Blackwater, Xuanji, Dharma world. These were the Dharma realms, mystic realms, and grotto heavens. In other words, the embryonic form of the inner world. While Qin Feng was trapped in the spell realm, his entire true spirit pearl inched toward the Dragon Crown Prince's body inch by inch. He was ready to seize the opportunity to complete the possession. Once the possession was completed, it would be the time of Qin Feng's death. Qin Feng felt as if he had entered a huge and strange world. The sky was dark and boundless. He gathered his Galaxia, true force, and slashed at the void with all his might. However, the Dharma world only had a small ripple, and there was no other reaction. What a dense void energy! Qin Feng felt that the void was filled with a dense void energy. Within the void energy, there was also a huge amount of water energy forming a special Dharma world. This huge Dharma world had exceeded the limit of a magnate. At the very least, it was at the almighty level. Only a void energy at the almighty level could trap a void manipulator like him, making it difficult for him to move. Luckily, I'm not a simple void manipulator. Qin Feng smiled and activated the universe book that he hadn't used for a long time. Although this Dharma world mainly used water energy, its foundation was the void. The universe book was a spatial treasure, and it was the nemesis of this kind of grotto heaven. A rolling suction force burst out from the universe book, forming a huge white hole around Qin Feng. The Blackwater Xuanji Dharma world's void energy was sucked away by the universe book. A huge hole appeared in the Blackwater Xuanji Dharma world. With a flash of black light, Qin Feng appeared above the Dragon Crown Prince who had his eyes closed. At this moment, the black true spirit pearl was already above the Dragon Crown Prince's head. When the son of Blackwater saw Qin Feng appear, his snake pupils constricted. In the next moment, a vast sword ray slashed down from above like a river in the 9 heavens. The son of Blackwater wanted to dodge, but once he did, the Dragon Crown Prince would die without a doubt. He had waited 1,000,000 years for a descendant with the Blackwater mystical snake bloodline. If he gave up now, he might have to wait again. He could feel the energy outside boiling, and the Blackwater demon god's position was already empty. If he waited any longer, he might not have another chance. I can't wait any longer. He instantly made up his mind. With a furious roar, the true spirit pearl burst out with a resplendent black light. Right at this moment, Qin Feng's powerful sword light that seemed to be able to split the heavens heavily slashed onto the true spirit pearl like lightning. Crackle! The black light was sliced apart like dry wood, and the sword slashed down on the true spirit pearl. Gotcha! Under Qin Feng's astonished gaze, the true spirit pearl split into 2, large and small. The large portion took up 2/3 of the true spirit pearl, about the size of a pinky finger, and the small portion was the size of a peanut. Roar! Accompanied by a painful cry, the large portion entered the Dragon Crown Prince's body without a care. The small portion seemed to have a mind of its own and wanted to rush into the Dragon Crown Prince's body. Where do you think you're going? Qin Feng's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. A void freezing power descended to freeze the small true spirit pearl. And in the next moment, he grabbed the small portion of the true spirit pearl. At the same time, a violent aura erupted from the Dragon Crown Prince's body. His ferocious dragon eyes opened, and black light shot out like cold lightning. A trace of crimson appeared in the Dragon Crown Prince's eyes as he stared at Qin Feng. Not good. He's about to complete the possession. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't beat the Dragon Crown Prince in his naked soul state. If he had a physical body, he wouldn't be able to beat him. Once the son of Blackwater completely merged with the Dragon Crown Prince's body and cultivated the body of a connate black snake, he would be able to kill him in minutes. No, it's time to run. Now that he had a portion of the true spirit blood and the 9 underworld's Blackwater, now was the time to run. Qin Feng's eyes darted around. With a boom, Qin Feng pierced through the void and sped toward the depths of the void. Just as he was about to leave, a terrifying black light swept past. The void was eroded, revealing a terrifying black hole. A terrifying force stretched deep into the dark void, melting and disintegrating countless void storms in its path. The black light stretched for hundreds of miles. He actually pierced through the endless void with one strike. This old man is so strong. Qin Feng was aghast. He urged the Star River True Force with all his might, turning it into a void storm, and sped toward the depths of the darkness. The terrifying aura chased after him for hundreds of miles before Qin Feng felt the aura weaken and disappear. Seeing Qin Feng slipping away, an incomparably violent aura rushed out from the bottom of the Black Water God residence, accompanied by a voice full of resentment and hatred. Damn little bastard, this old ancestor will remember your aura. How dare you steal my essence blood? This old ancestor will not rest until you die. The 3rd and 4th updates were released at night, before 9 p.m. Chapter 586. Puff! A crack appeared in the void, and Qin Feng appeared in a panic. His breath was unstable, and he looked a little embarrassed. What a scary old man. He's so strong after recovering a little bit of his strength. Qin Feng's face darkened. If possible, even if he had to pay a huge price, he had to kill this son of Blackwater. This son of Blackwater was the former Blackwater True Spirit, the son of Blackwater Devil, and one of the strongest competitors for the position of Blackwater Devil. As the son of Blackwater Devil, the former Supreme of Water, he was only half a step away from the position of supreme. Once he was free and resurrected, he would be able to attain Tao in a short period of time. Once he attained Tao, this path would be over. Qin Feng's double Tao attainment plan would be aborted. I have to speed up my growth. I have to attain Tao before this old man. Looking around, there were green mountains and clear waters. It was clear that this place was still near the Blackwater Lake. Qin Feng bounced his feet and flew to the side. He had to get away from this place. Of course, more importantly, Qin Feng was going to find a place to refine the real spirit pearl. The real spirit pearl contained the purest blood of the true spirit, and even the 9 nether Blackwater. If he could refine it, Qin Feng's Blackwater mystical snake strength would skyrocket in a short period of time. The entire sea spirit world was in turmoil. As more and more resentful spirits of the Sea clan appeared, the sea spirit world was filled with the sounds of fierce battles. Some resentful spirits of the Sea clan were destroyed. Some resentful spirits succeeded in seizing a body and hid in various places to cultivate. The undercurrent of the sea spirit world was surging. However, some of them had nothing to do with Qin Feng. 2 days later, in a cave, Qin Feng opened his eyes and frowned. The refining of the real spirit pearl was not as easy as he thought. This small part of the real spirit pearl contained a part of the soul fragments of the son of Blackwater, and the son of Blackwater tried his best to resist the refining. Like a stubborn stone, Qin Feng felt that with his current strength, he could not refine this half of the real spirit pearl unless he broke through the realm of martial arts magnates. After pondering for a while, Qin Feng's heart suddenly jolted. He felt that the repulsive force in the sea spirit world had suddenly increased. Silently, a black vortex appeared around him, pulling him into the vortex. This was a void vortex. It's time. Qin Feng did not resist and allowed the vortex to pull him in. As his figure turned, Qin Feng's expression changed. He changed his figure into the appearance of the dead Yu Hualong and entered the whirlpool silently. 1 day later, Qin Feng swaggers out of the sea-covering palace in the form of Yu Hualong. With a flash of black light, Qin Feng appeared in Cloud Lake City. He did not immediately return to the city lord's mansion. After walking around the city, he changed his appearance again at a corner. He returned to Yu Hua's appearance and appeared at a place called the White Cloud Tea House. The White Cloud Tea House's business was average, especially in the morning. There were not many people drinking tea. Qin Feng went straight to the second floor. He glanced around and felt a familiar aura. Qin Feng pushed open the door of one of the private rooms. A familiar figure appeared in front of Qin Feng. Wu Shentong. Brother Yu, you're finally here. Wu Shentong had a slight smile on his face. He seemed to have been prepared for Qin Feng's appearance. Qin Feng glanced around and nodded slightly. After an hour, Wu Shentong left with a satisfied look. Qin Feng pondered. Wu Shentong obtained the black tortoise true spirit aperture from him. Similarly, he also obtained the core of the Qian Kuan heavenly elephant spell from Wu Shentong. The Qian Kuan heavenly elephant spell was a divine skill created by Elder Xiangui after comprehending the Xiantian 8 trigrams of Emperor Shi of the 3 ancient emperors. It was an extremely rare, legendary level cultivation technique. Apart from this legendary level cultivation technique, Qin Feng only had the 9 heavens lightning imperial scripture, a legendary lightning attribute cultivation technique. However, the Blackwater righteous art was only half a step. It could be said that Qin Feng had gained some benefits by obtaining the Qian Kuan heavenly elephant spell. This cultivation technique was extremely useful for Qin Feng's black tortoise yin-yang Dao. With this cultivation technique, Qin Feng was confident that he would be able to cultivate the Xiantian yin-yang diagram to the world derivation level in a short time. Of course, Wu Shentong did not lose out either. The black tortoise true spirit aperture contained the cultivation technique of 1008 black tortoise Xian water apertures. With this cultivation technique, he would be able to completely control his bloodline in a short time. He might even be able to form the black tortoise true body that the Spirit Turtle clan had never seen before. The two of them obtained what they needed. However, Qin Feng still admired Wu Shintong's courage. Selling the entire clan's legacy cultivation technique was something that no faction could tolerate. Once discovered, they would probably be hunted to death. After leaving the tea house, Qin Feng's figure appeared in the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion was still the same. With Qin Feng's prestige, no matter if it was the remaining Li clan of the 5 great clans, the 12 noble clans, the 3 great merchant associations, or the various factions of Cloud Lake Void City, they all behaved themselves. At most, they would fight over some of the territories that the 5 great clans had vacated. In terms of changes, the greatest change was the rise of the Qin clan. Servants were as numerous as the clouds, and maids were as numerous as the rain. The remaining Qin clan disciples all received generous rewards. As a reward, Qin Feng bestowed many properties to these first-generation elders and encouraged them to have more children so that the Qin clan could have more branches and branches. These young disciples all had endless luck with women. Of course, all of this was pushed out by Qin Feng. Qin Feng now had high expectations for the maids around him, not to mention the girls from the various clans that sent themselves to him. How could he be interested in them? However, it was not good for him to not take action. What could be better than in-laws to deepen the relationship between both parties in a short period of time? Hence, these girls were all given by Qin Feng to the Mountain River City Qin clan disciples who followed him to conquer the world for him. However, as the city lord of Cloud Lake City, the Qin clan, and even Cloud Lake City had many things that could not be separated from him. At this moment, Qin Feng could not help but envy Yi Ding. He had many wives and concubines. These matters were all left to his wives and concubines to handle. He could run wherever he wanted. Even if he disappeared for hundreds of years, he could still ensure the city's normal operations. Qin Feng could not do it. If he disappeared for 1 or 2 years, his newly established family business might be swallowed up by others. However, Qin Feng had his own way. This time, he might as well cut out the 2 inner demons. Demon 1 would handle the government affairs for him. Demon 2 would set up a shadow squad and gather all the hooligans to form an intelligence department. The inner demons were the best at taking advantage of loopholes and manipulating people's hearts. They were experts at gathering intelligence. With the 2 inner demons, Qin Feng could finally free up his hands. Half a month later, the city lord's residence of Heavenly Cloud Lake City attracted a special guest. Senior Brother May, you're saying that the sect will be holding the successor ceremony in 2 months? There's another chapter later. Chapter 587. Looking at the handsome man in front of him who was like a spring breeze, Qin Feng's expression was astonished. There were many factions in Xingqian school, and there were thousands of inner disciples. Senior brother Mei Ruolin was a famous power in the sect. He and the other 3 were known as the 4 gentlemen of Mei, Lan, Song, and Zhu. It was rumored that the life stars of these 4 were all wood stars. But in general, this senior brother was an inner disciple of Medicine King Hall and could be considered one of them. That's right, junior brother Qin Feng. According to the rules, only inner disciples who have advanced to the realm of martial arts giants are qualified to participate in the legacy ceremony. But you, Yi Ding and Xin Xiu are marquee geniuses and have special rights to participate. Mei Ruoxuan looked at the young man in black with a trace of emotion in her eyes. The battle in Sea Spirit World caused an uproar in the sect. 1 against 2, one person suppressed 2 peerless geniuses on the martial arts prodigy list, killing one and defeating the other. This kind of battle record was dazzling. But even so, Qin Feng was not considered to be a top-notch figure in this successor ceremony. It was not that Mei Ruoxuan looked down on Qin Feng. The martial arts prodigy list and the Sea Spirit prodigy list had records of prodigies. But these prodigies did not represent absolute strength. It only meant that they had great potential. The Xingqian school's legacy ceremony was held once every 50 years. There were quite a number of top martial arts overlords participating in the legacy ceremony this time. These martial arts giants were all existences with years of experience, running rampant and suppressing a region. Especially many of them were peerless heroes who had killed their way out of the demon battlefield. Their strength was not to be underestimated. This time, we are here under the fate of Medicine King Hall to inform Junior Brother that if you want to participate in this legacy ceremony, you need to be prepared early. But the elders mean that, Junior Brother, you are still young. Maybe you can wait until you have broken through to the realm of martial arts giants before you consider. Qin Feng shook his head. After 50 years, the golden era would have begun. By then, it would be too late. Qin Feng had done some research on this legacy ceremony. It was both a crisis and an opportunity. With the identity of a true disciple, Qin Feng would be able to enter the upper management of Xingqian School in a short period of time and receive the proper training. Moreover, the identity of a true disciple was also a protective talisman. Qin Feng did not forget that Yi Ding and the number one true disciple behind, Yi Ding, had been eyeing him covetously. If Yi Ding advanced to become a true disciple first, he would definitely kill him. The path of martial arts is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Qin Feng, was no longer a loner. If worse came to worst, he would just quit and become a rogue cultivator. Mei Ruoxuan smiled when she saw Qin Feng's expression. She wasn't surprised at all. Well, since Junior Martial Brother has made up his mind, then Junior Martial Brother should make some preparations and follow me back to Xingqian School. Mei Ruoxuan smiled faintly. Speaking of which, this is my first time in Cloud Lake City. Junior Martial Brother Qin is indeed worthy of being the most famous conferred marquis genius in our sect. Such a troublesome city is actually managed by Junior Martial Brother Qin. It's truly admirable. Senior Martial Brother Mei is overpraising me. Qin Feng smiled and waved his hand to summon a female disciple. In that case, let my clansmen accompany Senior Martial Brother for a tour around Cloud Lake City. Although this Cloud Lake City is a remote place, there are some special spiritual herbs here. 2 days later, leaving behind Mo-E and Mo-Air, Qin Feng and Mei Ruoxuan rushed back to the capital of stars together. It took Qin Feng several months to get to Cloud Lake City. Now, it only took Qin Feng 3 days to get to Cloud Lake City. This was because he was taking Mei Ruoxuan into consideration. If he used the void travel technique, Qin Feng would be able to rush back in 1 day. Just as they arrived at the All-Stars College, Qin Feng heard a commotion. Many young men and women suddenly raised their heads at the entrance. 100 steps away, a group of young men and women surrounded a young lady in a green dress walking over from another street. It's Shun Xiaomei. Shun Xiaomei is here. Is that so? It's actually Shun Xiaomei. The group of young men and women looked over. The young lady's green dress made her look like a fairy in the forest. Coupled with her exquisite and beautiful face, she made people feel comfortable from the bottom of their hearts. Qin Feng stopped to take a look. With just a glance, he knew that this young lady was a reincarnated genius. Moreover, she might be one of the first-generation immemorial main stars. The primeval star throbbed violently as a desire to devour rose from the bottom of its heart. Qin Feng sensed an extremely pure aura of the wood element from the young lady. This aura was at least at the heavenly Tao realm. Qin Feng thought inwardly. She should be one of the 36 immemorial main stars, Tai's star. Tai's main element is wood, the mother of all wood. Seeing Qin Feng's expression, Mei Ruoxuan glanced at the beautiful young lady in a green dress who was surrounded by the crowd and laughed. Why? Is Junior Brother interested in Junior Sister Shun Xiaomei? Speaking of which, Shun Xiaomei is one of the most outstanding geniuses in this batch of freshmen. She is known as the Divine Wood Princess. She is also this batch's Azure Dragon College's first seat. Chapter 588. Junior Sister Shun. Do you want to enter the Greenwood Temple to cultivate? I have some points and contribution points here. If you need them, I can lend them to you first. The Greenwood Temple was one of the 9 temples of All-Stars College. It contained many mysterious techniques and even secrets of concepts and profundities. martial artists could cultivate with half the effort. This was a noble youth in purple. He wore a purple python robe and a purple gold crown on his head. He looked very noble. His cultivation was considered outstanding among his peers. He was at the second stage of the meridian condensation stage. No matter which family he was in, he would be considered a genius among his peers. No need. Thank you, senior brother Wenhong. Shen Xiaomei rejected the youth indifferently. The youth in purple's handsome face turned ugly, but he quickly concealed it. Seeing the youth in purple suffer, the other youth sneered. Junior brother Wen, aren't you underestimating junior sister Shun by doing this? Do you think junior sister Shun is like you? You claim to be the strongest donator in the last batch and even competed with the head of the academy. But compared to the head of the academy, you are really TSK. He clicked his tongue with a hint of sarcasm. A trace of redness flashed across the purple-clothed youth's face as he retorted sarcastically. Yang Cheng, don't be so smug. You were the first seed of the previous year, but you were still defeated and disgraced. Then he sneered. Besides, that first seed is nothing compared to this year's junior sister Shen Xiaomei, junior brother Duan Yu, junior brother Jiang Taichu, and junior sister Qin Honglian. He'll be overtaken and trampled under their feet sooner or later. Mei Ruoxuan frowned. Her eyes flashed with displeasure, and she was about to attack. Qin Feng waved his hands. His gaze landed on the purple-robed young man, as traces of a smile could be seen in his eyes. This was an old acquaintance of his. He was known as the strongest donor among the many donors. Wenhong, Cloudwater Empire's little prince. When he first entered the Azure Dragon College, Wenhong swore to the heavens that he would kick Qin Feng out of the Azure Dragon College's first seat. Unfortunately, this person's results in the first level's assessment were barely satisfactory. He didn't even enter the top 10, let alone first place. His face had been thrown all the way to his grandmother's house. At that time, Qin Feng had regarded him as a threat. But now, it was as if nothing had happened. The other was White Tiger Academy's first seat Yang Cheng, one of the 4 first seats of the Academy's new students like Qin Feng. However, during the first test, his position as the chief seat was taken away by Qi Ling. At that moment, Yang Cheng was already a Meridian Condensation 5th Secret Realm elite. Unfortunately, the distance between them had already been pulled apart. Whether it was Qin Feng, Ji Huang, or even Qian Kai, they all left him far behind. At this moment, this once dazzling first seat had been reduced to an ordinary person. On the side, some young men and women with powerful auras coldly watched the two of them quarrel with disdainful sneers. Both of them were has-been geniuses. Shen Xiaomei was not someone people like them could touch. Shen Xiaomei was not someone they could touch. Well said. At this moment, a slightly clear voice sounded. Hearing this voice, the group of youths turned around. After just one glance, their expressions changed, and their eyes were filled with reverence. It's Black Tortoise's first seat, Jiang Taichu. It's him? Jiang Taichu, one of the 4 monstrous geniuses this year. I heard that he's the reincarnation of a supreme being. He started cultivating at the age of 3, reached the peak of the 13th stage of the martial path at the age of 6, broke through to the Meridian Condensation realm at the age of 9, and broke through to the Sea of Reincarnation realm at the age of 12. He's a monstrous genius that only appears once every 10,000 years. Now, it's said that he's already touched the origin and is not far from the Overlord realm. That's him. He's known as the strongest genius in the history of All-Stars College. Even many powerful people in Xingqian School think highly of him. They think that he has the talent of God. Oh my God, it's really him. I heard that the sect has already given him the status of an inner disciple. As long as he wants, the sect can give him the status of a reserved true disciple at any time. Although this reserved true disciple status doesn't have the title of a marquis, it's almost the same in terms of power. It's true, but he rejected it personally. He even said that he wanted the position of a true disciple. It's obvious that he doesn't care about a reserved true disciple. Marquis. While the geniuses were talking, a path opened up. A valiant youth appeared, standing tall, and straight like a sword. He had straight black hair, sword-like eyebrows, slender black eyes, thin and lightly pursed lips, and an angular face. He was tall and slender, but not boorish. He was like an eagle in the night. He was cold and arrogant, but also aggressive. He was alone and exuded a domineering aura that looked down on the world. His domineering eyes scanned the surroundings as if they were invasive. Wherever he passed, many geniuses, even those in the miraculous void realm, couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat and lower their heads. The corner of his mouth curved into a disdainful arc as he smiled proudly. As the saying goes, the new generation excels the old. Those marquee geniuses are nothing in front of people like us. Even those true disciples will be trampled under our feet sooner or later. We were born extraordinary. Hearing this, a disciple on the side stood out and said, "Junior brother Jiang, be careful with your words. The disciples of the various sects are able to achieve their current status not only because of their cultivation, but also because of their contributions to the sect. This can't be erased with just a few words." Hearing this, many students nodded. Xingqian School was able to achieve its current status because of the many disciples who didn't care about their lives. Not all of the disciples were geniuses. There were also ordinary disciples. They couldn't be disrespectful to them just because of their strength. After all, if it wasn't for them, how could Xingqian School and All-Stars College prosper? Jiang Taichu suddenly turned around and shot a white light from his eyes. The disciple who spoke was instantly sent flying and vomited a mouthful of blood. That disciple was shocked and angry as he looked up at Jiang Taichu. "You dare to fight in the school?" Jiang Taichu smiled coldly. "You're rude and don't know your place. You should be taught a lesson." He glanced at the surrounding students and sneered. "At the same time, let me tell you a truth. A sect isn't supported by trash like you. No matter how many trash there are, they can't withstand my finger." Many students kept quiet out of fear. Even Yang Cheng and Wen Hong, who were proud and arrogant, didn't dare to say a word. Shen Xiaomei looked at this scene coldly with an indifferent expression. Mei Ruoxuan didn't look happy as he walked forward. "Junior brother, you're fighting in All-Stars College. Isn't it a little inappropriate?" Seeing Mei Ruoxuan appear, Jiang Taichu's expression changed slightly. He glanced at Mei Ruoxuan and revealed a trace of disdain. He could tell that Mei Ruoxuan should be an inner disciple of Xingqian School. However, he didn't care about such an inner disciple. It wasn't like he hadn't defeated an expert at the peak of the sea of reincarnation realm. An expert at the peak of the sea of reincarnation realm. "Are you here to teach me a lesson? Forgive me for being blunt, but with your cultivation, you don't have the qualifications to teach me a lesson." Mei Ruoxuan's expression froze, and a trace of anger surged in his heart. His original intention was to persuade Jiang Taichu and leave some leeway in his words. However, he didn't expect Jiang Taichu to not give him any face. This Jiang Taichu was too arrogant and condescending. Chapter 589. Mei Ruoxuan is at a disadvantage. Seeing that Jiang Taichu was targeting Mei Ruoxuan, Qin Feng knew that Mei Ruoxuan was at a disadvantage. Although Jiang Taichu was young, the aura he emitted was indeed at the peak of the Sea Revolution realm. Moreover, what he comprehended was the most peculiar light attribute origin. The light attribute origin was one of the high-grade origin sources, and it was not weaker than the origin sources of some sub-kings. Moreover, there was a trace of innate aura. The 5 manifestations of Khanate were absolute beginning, absolute simplicity, absolute beginning, absolute simplicity, and absolute ultimate. These 5 types of innate energy were extremely majestic. Even among the normal innate essence energy, they were also very powerful. Although Mei Ruoxuan was a martial artist at the peak of the Sea Revolution realm, what he comprehended was the wood attribute origin. The wood attribute origin was one of the low-grade origin sources, and it was not outstanding in terms of combat power. After comparing the two, the result was out. Boom! As expected, Mei Ruoxuan couldn't help but stop. The result was also within Qin Feng's expectations. Their auras collided, and in just a breath, Mei Ruoxuan was forced to retreat 3 steps. Mei Ruoxuan's handsome face was completely red. Anyone with a little bit of insight would know that he was at a disadvantage. How could he accept being defeated by Jiang Taichu, a junior martial brother of a younger generation? At this moment, Jiang Taichu didn't stop and instead added fuel to the fire. Looking at your appearance, you should be an inner disciple of Xingqian school. Your cultivation is not good, but you still want to stand out and puff yourself up at your own cost. Clearly, you're not doing your job properly. Go back and cultivate for a few more years. Otherwise, you will only embarrass Xingqian school. Jiang Taichu's eyes were filled with disdain. His lecturing tone was a blatant slap to the face. Mei Ruoxuan's face was blood red. The gazes of the All-Stars College fell on him, and he was so angry that his body trembled. At the side, Qin Feng shook his head. Mei Ruoxuan had good intentions, but he had misjudged the character of a genius like Jiang Taichu. A person like Jiang Taichu was like a young and inexperienced greenhorn. Relying on his talent, he could be said to be arrogant and condescending. He had already developed a self-centered personality. In his eyes, how could he distinguish whether others had good intentions or bad intentions? As long as he was slightly unhappy or not, he would be an enemy. Seeing that Mei Ruoxuan was still at a disadvantage, Qin Feng shook his head. This Mei Ruoxian was still a member of the Medicine King Hall, and he could also be considered a member of the Medicine King Hall. He definitely could not let this senior brother who was closer to him suffer a loss. At this moment, Jiang Taichu sneered, and a vast and unparalleled white holy brilliance swept out like a tide, directly enveloping Mei Ruoxuan. Mei Ruoxuan sensed an irresistible surge of light, as if the sky had been opened at the beginning of time. It's the light origin's source. It's Jiang Taichu's famous luminous absolute beginning divine light. An expert from All Stars College shouted. The light of absolute beginning divine light was Jiang Taichu's famous divine light. It could turn the universe into light and light into absolute beginning. One strike was enough to injure a martial arts magnate and shatter their natal grotto heaven. Mei Ruoxuan's face was ghastly pale. He felt that he had almost no power to resist the enormous divine light in his eyes. His expression was shaken. A trace of anger and humiliation surged in his eyes. Under this divine light, the spring plum true power in his body almost collapsed inch by inch. A huge pressure descended on him. His legs could not help but buckle, and he was about to kneel. Jiang Taichu's strike was not to kill him, but to humiliate him. He saw the sinister smile on Jiang Taichu's face. This was clearly to step on his head to establish his authority. Mei Ruoxuan tried his best to resist, but it was to no avail. The flames of humiliation in his eyes condensed into substance, and there was also a trace of despair. If he was here, his life would be over. All his future would be lost on this kneel. He was a direct disciple of the Medicine King lineage of Xingqian school. If he suffered such humiliation, the Medicine King lineage would also be humiliated and become a laughingstock. He had already closed his eyes. However, in the next moment, there was a burst of exclamations. The expected scene did not happen, and the pressure on him disappeared. A black-robed figure appeared in front of him without him noticing. The black and white yin-yang divine diagram rolled and blocked the white light that could shatter the universe and turn it into infinite light. His tone was difficult. Junior brother, Mei Ruoxuan's gratitude was indescribable. Qin Feng nodded. The innate yin-yang divine diagram silently swallowed the light of absolute beginning. Qin Feng vaguely felt a bit of pure, innate absolute beginning aura from it. Innate absolute beginning power. It seems that this Jiang Taichu is most likely the lord of primordial stars that was born from the absolute beginning star. He was secretly shocked and looked up at Jiang Taichu. Qin Feng said, Junior brother Jiang, why do you have to destroy someone's future? Qin Feng, it's the previous Azure Dragon Institute's first seat. Qin Feng. Qin Feng, Is he the legendary Qin Feng who stole countless spirit wines from the ape's sacred mountain and is first on the hidden dragon ranking? Didn't he go to his fief? Why is he back? It's him. I know him. He's a marquis genius, the chief alchemist of the Medicine King Hall. Everyone looked at the black-clothed young man in shock. Among the crowd, there were a few who looked unnatural. For example, Wen Hong, Yu Hong, and Ao Fong, who had been watching the show. Shun Xiaomei looked up, and her limpid eyes fell on Qin Feng. She was quite curious about the previous Azure Dragon Institute's first seat. "You're Qin Feng." Jiang Taichu sized up Qin Feng, who had suddenly appeared. He called out Qin Feng's name directly. Obviously, he had some enmity towards Qin Feng. "I heard that you're this year's Marquis Genius, and have been conferred the title of First Marquis. This should be the reason why you're standing up for this inner disciple. But let me tell you, you'd better keep your lecturing face to me. You so-called Marquis Geniuses and true disciples are nothing in my eyes." With his hands behind his back, he strode over. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sharp, blade-like arc. "However, you're an even better stepping stone. Defeating you and making you kneel here might be more important." He didn't think much of Qin Feng and wanted to use Qin Feng as a stepping stone. Not only did he want to step on Qin Feng's head and climb up, but he also wanted to make Qin Feng kneel here and ruin his reputation. At the entrance of All-Stars College, many students were shocked by Jiang Taichu's words. Is this Jiang Taichu crazy? He actually wants to challenge senior brother Qin Feng. Senior brother Qin Feng is a marquis genius. I'm afraid not. He really wants to challenge Qin Feng this time. He's bold, but careful. Think about what kind of person senior brother Qin Feng is. He's a marquis genius personally conferred by the sect. If he can defeat senior brother Qin Feng, wouldn't that prove that he's stronger than senior brother Qin Feng? This way, he'll reach the heavens in a single bound. He might even be taken in by the sect master or the 28 peak masters. Chapter 590. Many of the All-Stars College's geniuses glanced at Qin Feng and Jiang Taichu. This is going to be a good show. Qin Feng was originally a famous figure in All-Stars College and was in the limelight for a while. However, with the rise of Jiang Taichu and the others, Qin Feng's original battle record became a little ordinary. Jiang Taichu was surrounded by too many halos, especially his cultivation talent, which allowed him to reach the Sea of Reincarnation Realm at the age of 12. The Sea of Reincarnation Realm was a true big shot. Some of the old ancestors of the 1,000-year-old families were only at this level. With such aptitude, Qin Feng's battle achievements instantly paled in comparison to him. Many people believed that if Jiang Taichu had entered All-Stars College a year earlier, there would definitely be a place for Jiang Taichu among the three marquises. Regarding this, Jiang Taichu also thought so. He had absolute confidence that he would definitely win against Qin Feng. You want to use me as a stepping stone to establish your power? You got the wrong idea. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Qin Feng's gaze landed on Jiang Taichu. With a thought, a vast galaxy rose from his body and appeared in the eyes of the All-Stars College's geniuses. Rumble. It was like a boundless galaxy formed by stars. The mighty origin star, True Force, was far beyond imagination. Many of the geniuses were forced to retreat by the enormous force. What a tyrannical force! A new batch of geniuses exclaimed softly. Shun Xiaomei said softly, as expected of a marquis genius. Just the quality of the true force in his body is already comparable to a martial arts overlord. Jiang Taichu sneered. Use your trump card. I know you're proficient in a few great abilities, especially the legendary Chaos Fire great ability. I'm giving you a chance. If you don't use that ability, you won't have another chance. His tone was arrogant, and he was certain that he had Qin Feng under control. Rumble. A hazy white divine radiance erupted from his body. Vaguely, a pure kingdom of light that descended from the beginning of the world appeared. The magnificent brilliance bombarded Qin Feng's galaxy true power. The galaxy true power crumbled inch by inch as it was shattered by the bright, absolute, beginning divine light. The absolute beginning divine light then transformed into an even purer, bright, absolute beginning power that swept towards Qin Feng. When Mei Ruoxuan saw this scene, her expression changed drastically as she reminded him, "Junior brother, be careful of his luminous grand primordium divine light. His luminous grand primordium divine light has the ability to convert any yuan qi into luminous grand primordium power. It's very difficult to deal with. It's the light power of absolute beginning. Brother Qin Feng is in trouble. Jiang Taichu is known as the son of the absolute beginning. His absolute beginning light force is the most terrifying. He already has a trace of the Xiantian absolute beginning force and the Xiantian light force. This kind of force is even more tyrannical than the heaven and earth source true force of the martial path. It is said to be able to purify all origin qi. If an ordinary sea revolution realm cultivator were to meet him, their true force would be the first to crumble under this force. The luminous grand primordium divine light force is truly terrifying. It can purify all yuan qi. Just thinking about it is enough to make one's scalp tingle. The faces of many geniuses changed drastically. Don't worry. His innate, absolute, beginning divine light force is refined from the source of light. Light and darkness are considered the two extremes of yin and yang. I'm in control of the innate yin and yang force. How can the luminous grand primordium divine light force hurt me? Qin Feng chuckled softly, and with a shift of his thought, the luminous absolute beginning divine light that was devoured by the luminous absolute beginning divine light transformed into the purest innate yin-yang divine picture. Like a ferocious tiger, the luminous absolute beginning divine light was devoured by the luminous absolute beginning divine light and turned into a huge yin-yang divine picture that trapped Jiang Taichu. How can this be? Many of the All-Stars College of Geniuses were dumbfounded. Brother Qin Feng's luminous grand primordium divine light force is actually unable to purify Jiang Taichu's luminous grand primordium divine light force instead. The group of geniuses' jaws dropped to the ground. The quality of this senior Brother Qin Feng's true force is even higher than Jiang Taichu's. Moreover, this senior Brother Qin Feng seems to have comprehended the innate yin-yang force. That's why Jiang Taichu can't unleash his full strength. Shun Xiaomei saw through the essence of the situation with a single glance. But because of this, her heart trembled even more. Others might not know, but how could she not know that Jiang Taichu's luminous grand primordium divine light force was at the 5th level of heavenly Daos and above? The innate yin-yang divine picture turned into a huge heaven and earth. Under Qin Feng's control, the two innate yin-yang qi turned into two innate yin-yang saint dragons that coiled around Jiang Taichu. Jiang Taichu's face was filled with anger, and the luminous grand primordium divine light force burst out from his body. But as soon as the luminous grand primordium divine light force came into contact with the innate yin-yang divine picture, the luminous grand primordium divine light force was immediately devoured. After obtaining the Qian Kuan Heavenly Elephant's art and the true Qian Kuan Martial Arts Art's Incomplete Art, Qin Feng's understanding of the innate yin-yang qi grew by leaps and bounds. In Qin Feng's hands, the innate yin-yang qi's power grew stronger day by day. At this moment, let alone a mere Jiang Taichu, even if a magnate who had fully comprehended the Radiance origin source and opened up the Radiance world or the Radiance paradise was here, Qin Feng would still be able to restrain him or even crush his paradise. Jiang Taichu took out a jade disc that emitted a pure white radiance. The luminous compass. It was a light element false true treasure. The luminous compass shot out 8 rays of pure white light that blocked in front of Jiang Taichu, forming an invisible light barrier. What a valuable asset. What a pity. Qin Feng thought, and the innate yin-yang divine light force turned into a pair of scissors. Kacha! The luminous compass shattered into pieces. If it weren't for Qin Feng, Jiang Taichu would have been killed by this attack. Damn it! Qin Feng, How did you learn such a heretical skill? Jiang Taichu roared in anger. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he wanted to devour Qin Feng alive. Watching the treasure in his hand being destroyed, Jiang Taichu's face turned pale with anger. But more than that, he felt humiliated and resentful. What a fool! Since when did the purest yin-yang qi become a heretical skill in your mouth? Qin Feng smiled indifferently. Looks like you're used to being arrogant. You're too naive. Do you think that you can win just because you've investigated me? Initially, I didn't want to argue with you, but since you've set your sights on me, I'll have to teach you a lesson. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to deal with this arrogant brat. A trace of pity flashed across his eyes as he couldn't kill Jiang Taichu because of the sex rules. Otherwise, with the innate yin-yang divine life force, Jiang Taichu wouldn't even be left of him. He pondered for a moment, and in the next moment, a cold sneer appeared in his eyes. He might be spared from death, but he must be punished. With the innate yin-yang divine life force enveloping Jiang Taichu, Qin Feng's 10 fingers moved rapidly, and a vast and primordial power rose from the ground. Wong, wong, wong. His hand seals shook the void and vaguely stirred up a wisp of primeval qi in the void. That wisp of primeval qi in Qin Feng's palm gradually transformed into light, darkness, and black. At the same time, the innate yin-yang divine life force also began to change. Under the shocked gazes of the All-Stars College's geniuses, it turned into a sun and a moon, yin and yang. There were 2 ancient runes in the sun and moon, one representing the light of absolute beginning, and the other representing the darkness of absolute beginning. Chaotic light and darkness seal. Chapter 591. 2 streams of light and darkness intertwined. As Jiang Taichu roared, they sank into his clothes and skin inch by inch. Finally, they absorbed all the light power in Jiang Taichu's body and turned into a black and white diamond-shaped crystal core. As the seal was completed, Jiang Taichu was stunned on the spot. The next moment, he stared at Qin Feng crazily. "What did you do to me?" Qin Feng sneered, took a step forward, and slapped Jiang Taichu hard, sending him flying back 10 feet. Puffed. Jiang Taichu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face quickly swelled up. Lying on the ground, Jiang Taichu stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. "You dare to hit me?" Many All-Stars College geniuses looked at this scene in a daze. Qin Feng's means were beyond imagination. It was one-sided. One move. It was only one move. Previously, he easily suppressed Mei Ruoxuan and made Jiang Taichu, who was like a demon god, suffer a fate worse than death. Not only was his cultivation sealed like a dead dog, but he was also sent flying by a slap to the face. Being humiliated like this might leave a shadow in his heart and turn him into a cripple. Seeing Jiang Taichu's expression that wanted to swallow him alive, Qin Feng's killing intent surged. "Of course I'm going to hit you. You dare to use me as a stepping stone. This is an irreconcilable enmity. If you weren't listed in the sect, I wouldn't be able to forgive you even if I cut you into pieces." Qin Feng walked forward step by step with a sneer on his face. He could avoid death, but he couldn't be forgiven. A hand suddenly appeared above Jiang Taichu's head. A speck of starlight came out from the depths of his true soul, and in the next moment, it formed a huge star. This star seemed to be born from ancient times. It had a primitive and grand aura that shook the endless void. The primeval star. When Qin Feng mobilized the primeval star, Jiang Taichu suddenly felt a sense of fear in his resentment. It was as if he had met his natural enemy. Even though Jiang Taichu was not afraid of anything, he still felt a sense of panic. Qin Feng sneered. Jiang Taichu had delivered himself to him. Although it couldn't kill Jiang Taichu, it wouldn't be a problem to devour his fate chart. An extremely dense starlight was extracted from Jiang Taichu's body and merged into the origin star. After swallowing the starlight, the entire primeval star shone brightly. Countless experts noticed that a star suddenly erupted with extremely bright brilliance. For a moment, it even overshadowed the sun. At the same time, A star in the horizon suddenly dimmed. Black light pervaded the air, and it was on the verge of extinction, just as the stars in the sky dimmed. Within the core 99 domains, countless experts had strange looks in their eyes. The absolute beginning star has fallen, and the primeval star has flourished. This is the first time a main star has fallen. The main star has fallen. The main star is unknown. A calamity is coming. As we all know, most of the stars are dominated by the sun and the moon, the crepe myrtle. This yuan sure has surpassed the crepe myrtle. I'm afraid there will be a battle in the future. A storm is coming, a storm is coming, a world of great strife, an eventful time. The undercurrents of many great forces were surging. Xingqian School. On one of the 28 peaks, a figure gazed at the eternal starry sky with a puzzled look on his face. The absolute beginning star. Isn't that Jiang Taichu? Isn't he at All Stars College? How could his fated star have fallen for no reason? Behind him, an old man with snow-white hair and a crane complexion said, "Senior brother sect master, do you need me to go to All Stars College?" Another woman asked, "Yes, senior brother. This immemorial main star is a first-generation star. It has the richest providence. It's different from second-generation stars and third-generation stars. It involves the sect's overall situation. It's no small matter." The hazy figure didn't say anything. His gaze pierced through the endless void and landed on the mountain-like city. A moment later, his gaze fell on All Stars College in the center. He seemed to have seen Qin Feng and Jiang Taichu lying on the ground. Many scenes flashed through his eyes. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze. What a pity. This is fate. The 36 main stars are destined to fight to the death. They will devour each other. Unless they cut off time, transcend fate, and jump out of the fence. That little guy reincarnated from the primeval star is really lucky. If this generation's Star Lord grows up, it won't be difficult for him to become a martial sage. Fortunately, wastewater doesn't fall into the hands of outsiders. Although he said this, the hazy figure still couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. Sighing in his heart, the hazy figure waved his hand. I already know the ins and outs of this matter. This was an accident. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. In addition, instruct all the reincarnated disciples to be temporarily sent to various places. They must ensure that there can only be one reincarnated disciple from a first-generation star in each place. Hearing this, the other two figures were secretly shocked. After a moment, they nodded. Yes, senior brother. I'll go and instruct them to reduce contact with these little guys before they completely grow up. Right. Send that disciple called Qin Feng to the savage battlefield. The snow-haired and crane-faced utmost exalted elder was slightly shocked. From the tone of his headmaster senior, there was a bit of dissatisfaction towards this disciple called Qin Feng. He replied softly, "Recently, the Golden Crow clan has slightly invaded. The situation on the Golden Crow battlefield is not optimistic. Many villages are under great pressure. Just as well, the Peach Blossom Village's village chief died in battle last time. This time, we'll send Qin Feng to the Peach Blossom Village to take over the position of the village chief and guard the Golden Crow battlefield. You can make the decision on these matters. What our sect should be most concerned about is the birth of the second sea spirit continent. The second sea spirit continent contains the sea god's position of the ancient sea god. This is the first demon god's position that has been born. All sects should be sharpening their swords. Speaking of the demon god position, the aura of the two grand elders fluctuated rapidly. It's just a pity that our disciples didn't bring back the sea god's relic this time. This has caused our Xingqian school to be in a passive position. If we want to enter the sea god palace, we have to find other ways and even give up some benefits. At the entrance of All Stars College, after devouring Jiang Taichu's absolute beginning star, Qin Feng's aura changed significantly. At this time, the profound meaning of absolute beginning surged in his eyes. An extremely mysterious, innate absolute beginning power flowed out from the primeval star and into his body. With this power, Qin Feng's extreme-grade third-layer galaxy true force instantly evolved into yin and yang, fusing with the absolute beginning and turning into chaos. After a few transformations, it was as if he had broken through a bottleneck. The galaxy true force gave birth to an aura of absolute beginning. A mystical power was born. Qin Feng's eyes shone with brilliance. His entire body was shrouded in a hazy divine splendor. Countless divine lights surged behind him, giving birth to a vast primeval world. It was as if the absolute beginning had descended. Extreme grade fourth layer. After obtaining a trace of the absolute beginning star's origin, Qin Feng's galaxy true force improved further, reaching the extreme grade fourth layer. This kind of power was already comparable to the ancient sun of heaven. A vast and mighty light gushed out from the 48,000 pores on Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng's galaxy true force circulated, and in an instant, it turned into the purest power of light. It was even clearer than Jiang Taichu's absolute beginning light. The boundless void was turned into light, and it was as if a kingdom of light was directly opened in the void. This terrifying method made the faces of the All-Stars College's geniuses change drastically, especially Shan Xiumei. She felt an extreme sense of unease. As the Star Lord of Extreme Unity, one of the 36 main stars, she knew better than anyone what Qin Feng had done. Fourth update. Chapter 592. Everything beautiful was just yesterday's intoxication. Today's bitter taste was the taste of today. This was the true portrayal of Jiang Taichu. He had lost all his face and was living a life worse than death. His hatred for Qin Feng had reached a peak. If possible, he was willing to die together with Qin Feng immediately. He had never experienced such a great defeat before. Throughout his journey, he had been victorious in every battle. He had always been riding on the heads of others. When had he ever been humiliated like this? What made Jiang Taichu most uneasy was Qin Feng's strange seal at the end. He felt as if the most important thing in his body had been taken away. His heart was empty, and he was like a walking corpse. It was as if he had fallen from the top of the clouds. Serves you right, you little bastard. You deserve this. If I don't properly deal with you, how can I be worthy of what you have given me before? On the side, Mei Ruo Xian's eyes were indescribably carefree. He was originally a good person, but Jiang Taichu's actions had completely infuriated him. Cutting off one's future was like killing one's parents. They were absolutely irreconcilable. He turned around and looked at Qin Feng, who was close at hand, with a hint of eagerness on his face. Previously, Jiang Taichu was so arrogant that he almost had no power to resist. However, the person in front of him had easily suppressed him with a raise of his hand. Such strength was not inferior to that of an ordinary true disciple. Junior brother, thank you for making a move this time. Otherwise, I might have suffered a great loss today. Mei Ruo Xian was quite polite. Qin Feng smiled. Senior brother, you are too polite. This is a matter of course. Senior brother has guarded one side of the Xingqian school and made great contributions. How can you be humiliated by a madman like Jiang Taichu? This is really unexpected. He was defeated in one move. It seems that everyone has underestimated Chief Qin Feng. I didn't expect this Azure Dragon Chief to be so strong. On the side, many gazes fell on Jiang Taichu. Many geniuses were gloating. Jiang Taichu had always been domineering and arrogant in All-Stars College. He had long been unpopular, but they did not dare to say anything. This time, Jiang Taichu had suffered a big setback. However, the happiest one was not Qin Feng, but them. Junior brother Qin Feng. At this moment, a surprised voice sounded. Qin Feng turned around and saw two girls walking out of All-Stars College's entrance. One of them looked at him in surprise. This young girl was dressed in white, and she was as ethereal and light as a fairy. Senior sister Baiyun. Qin Feng nodded. A fragrant wind blew, and the jade ornaments jingled. White clouds swirled in her beautiful eyes, revealing a hint of joy. Junior brother, Could it be that you've rushed back from Cloud Lake City to participate in the successor ceremony? Her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings and landed on Jiang Taichu. With her intelligence, she instantly understood what had happened. She looked at Qin Feng with concern. Jiang Taichu was this year's All-Stars College's peerless genius. Even some outer disciples were no match for this new genius. After seeing that Qin Feng was fine, she immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, she was shocked in her heart. Junior brother has become stronger again. At the side, a cold and elegant young girl in a black dress looked at Qin Feng with a complicated expression. Junior brother Qin Feng. The young girl's cold and elegant appearance carried a pure charm that moved one's heart. Yunmo. Qin Feng nodded. It was like a nodding acquaintance. Yunmo's cold and elegant face turned pale. She could clearly feel Qin Feng's indifference toward her. Her jade-like hand gripped the sword in her hand tightly. At that moment, she had a trace of understanding in her heart. Ever since the misunderstanding at Scarlet Sky Peak, the misunderstanding between them might never have the chance to be cleared up. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Feng's heart suddenly moved. He saw a man and a woman appear at the end of the street. Seeing the extremely familiar figure in red, Qin Feng's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. However, when his gaze fell on the rather intimate purple-clothed handsome young man beside the young girl, his face gradually turned cold. Swoosh, swoosh. Mei Ruoxuan, Bai Yun, and Yun Mo could clearly feel a chill rising from Qin Feng's body. Someone noticed the two figures and let out a cry of surprise. It's one of the 5 monstrous geniuses this year. The Vermilion Bird's first seat, Qin Honglian. Is it the Blood Monarch? Yes, it's her. She is one of the 5 monstrous geniuses along with Jiang Taichu, Shun Xiaomei, Duan Yu, and Bai Ruofei. It is said that she comprehended the power source of a martial Dao overlord when she was in the mysterious Void Realm. Her blood source is extremely terrifying and has already transformed into a nirvana phenomenon. On the day of her awakening, a blood river soared into the sky and turned the world into a sea of blood. That day, a supreme sage descended directly and wanted to take her as his personal disciple. Not only is she a monstrous talent, but she is also extremely beautiful. She is the most beautiful girl in All-Stars College and has countless admirers. Most of the geniuses on the All-Stars College's stellar list have expressed their admiration for her. There are even inner disciples and true disciples of Xingqian School who are tempted. The group of All-Stars College's geniuses at the side discussed animatedly. Their expressions changed when they saw the two figures. Many of the young men were excited, and their eyes revealed admiration. Listening to the discussions around him, Qin Feng's expression changed, and he thought to himself, "The miraculous Void Realm? How could this be? Wasn't she just at the level 4 of the martial path a few months ago? How could she have crossed so many realms? Could it be that the Bloody Queen has awakened?" Qin Feng frowned. He also noticed that Red Lotus's appearance had changed. In the past, Red Lotus could be considered beautiful, but the birthmark on her face ruined her beauty. But now, not only was the birthmark on Red Lotus's face gone, but she was also emitting an astonishing charm. This kind of beauty was the most beautiful in the world. It was as if she was the spirit of heaven and earth and was created by nature. She had already grown. She had extremely hot curves, an extremely cold and elegant face, and the domineering demon-like temperament of the Bloody Queen. Noble, cold, and domineering. Probably because of her experience in the Qin family, there was still a trace of gentleness in her beautiful eyes. She was simply captivating. This change was not something that could be described with words like an ugly duckling turning into a white swan. When they saw the red-clothed girl, even beautiful women like Bai Yun and Yun Mo, and even the beautiful Shun Xiaomei couldn't help but be overshadowed. They felt ashamed of their own appearance. How can heaven and earth love this girl so much? It's not fair. It's too unfair. Many of the beautiful girls were extremely jealous. The moment the girl in red appeared, she immediately became the focus of attention on the street. Whether it was the passers-by or the young men and women who walked out of All-Stars College, even some of the older ancient martial art practitioners, they couldn't help but look at the girl in red with a bit of passion. Bang! Some ancient martial art practitioners didn't pay attention to where they were walking and crashed into the wall with a loud bang. They were dizzy and disoriented. On the entire street, an invisible wave of heat was rising. On the side, the handsome man in purple saw this scene and felt even more proud. At this moment, the girl in red stopped in her tracks. In her beautiful eyes, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. Chapter 593. Young Master. Her lips parted slightly, accompanied by a cry of surprise, and a fragrant wind flashed. Under the stunned gazes of the All-Stars College geniuses, the red-clothed girl had already entered Qin Feng's embrace like a swallow returning to its nest. Am I seeing things? Why did senior sister Red Lotus enter senior brother Qin's embrace? Heavens, my heart is about to break. Facing so many murderous gazes, Qin Feng was calm and indifferent. Instead, he lightly snorted. Little girl, you still remember young master. Young master. Red Lotus's eyes were like water. Looking at the gentle and moving gaze in the girl's beautiful eyes, Qin Feng's anger unknowingly dissipated. He patted the shoulder of the red-clothed girl in his embrace. A master and a servant, a warm feeling flowed out. Mei Ruoxuan's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment, followed by a trace of envy and a trace of amazement. From the way the red-clothed girl addressed Qin Feng, she called him young master. On the side, Bai Yun and Yunmo's expressions changed. A sour taste seeped into their hearts, and they couldn't help but ask. However, someone's expression was even more unbearable than the two of them. Junior sister Qin. May I know who this junior brother is? Could he be your elder brother? It was the purple-clothed youth. His clothes were bright, and he had a dignified bearing. His gaze was dignified, and this kind of bearing was at the level of an assassin to ordinary girls. In contrast, Qin Feng didn't have much of a presence, especially his identity. From the mouths of many disciples, Qin Feng already knew the identity of the youth in front of him. Intersect disciple Lu Feng, a peerless genius of All-Stars College from more than 10 years ago, a general whose fame spread far and wide in the savage battlefield. To be able to become a general in the savage battlefield, he was at least a deputy general who commanded more than 10,000 Astro soldiers. This was a general with real power. It was said that he had already entered Jimu Peak and was the personal disciple of the peak's head. Red Lotus rose from Qin Feng's chest and pointed at the purple-clothed youth. Young master, let me introduce you. This is my good friend, Lu Feng. He is the 9th disciple of the Jimu Peak's first seat martial uncle. His attainments in earth elemental techniques are extraordinary. He has already comprehended the origin of earth elemental techniques several years ago and became a magnate. Lu Feng frowned slightly when he heard how Hong Lian addressed him. Young master? This form of address made him think of some bad things, but he was obviously quite a gentleman. He said with a smile, Junior brother Qin Feng, it's an honor to meet you. Although Qin Feng didn't have a good first impression of Lu Feng, he wasn't someone without tolerance. Although Red Lotus was his maid, it didn't mean that she couldn't have friends. So it's young Master Lu. Nice to meet you. Seeing that Qin Feng wasn't angry, Red Lotus inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. She was even more touched. Her young master didn't disappoint her by doing something out of line. This is my young master. Qin Feng is also the previous Azure Dragon Academy's first seat. After a slight pause, her eyes revealed a trace of pride. Moreover, my young master is a grade 4 alchemist. Senior brother Lu Feng, if you want to refine pills, you can look for my young master. Hearing Hong Lian's tone, Lu Feng's eyes were a little strange. Lu Feng could be considered to be quite tolerant when his admirer praised another man so highly. However, he still felt a burst of bitterness in his heart. Qin Feng had been sizing up Lu Feng. Some of Lu Feng's expressions were seen by him. He couldn't help but laugh. Obviously, Lu Feng was one of the little girl's admirers. After sizing him up seriously, Qin Feng nodded to himself. This person wasn't a scheming person. It was a pity that this little girl was his official wife. He couldn't let others touch her. Although he instinctively didn't like Qin Feng, Lu Feng still asked the question in his heart. Junior sister Hong Lian, why do you call junior brother Qin Feng young master? Not only did the surrounding All-Stars college students perk up their ears, even by Yun and Yun Mo paid special attention. Hong Lian swept a glance at everyone and smiled sweetly. A beauty showing her beauty, flowers blooming. At this moment, who knew how many men's hearts were beating fast? I was originally a person with no background. Since I was young, I was known as a jinx who brought bad luck to my parents. I was expelled by my family and hated by the townspeople. In addition, I had a birthmark on my face when I was young. I was ugly and wasn't liked by anyone. Only the young master. At that time, the young master pitied me and gave me food and clothing, as well as dignity. Naturally, I entered the young master's room as a maid. However, the young master never treated me as a maid. Hong Lian was natural and unrestrained as she narrated the whole story. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. They didn't expect this beautiful girl to have such an unbearable past. Many people looked at the girl in front of them with admiration. Gentle, kind, and strong. Many gazes fell on Qin Feng. The flames of jealousy almost burned Qin Feng to ashes. Qin Feng's luck is too good. He picked up a beauty on the street. At this moment, many young men were wringing their hands. They wished they were the one who picked up Hong Lian. Lu Feng's mouth was sour, but his heart was even sadder. He knew that he couldn't easily shake a relationship that was cultivated like this. However, I have to give it a try no matter what. If I miss this amazing girl, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. His gaze fell on Qin Feng. His fighting spirit was high. Qin Feng looked at this scene with a smile. In half a year, Hong Lian had changed a lot. Not only had she grown into a little troublemaker, her mentality had also undergone some subtle changes. It was hard to imagine what the girl in red had experienced to have such a change. After the girl finished speaking, Qin Feng chuckled. Of course not. You're my Qin family's future wife. How can I order you around like a servant? If I order you around badly, it'll be too late to cry. Hearing this, many young men's faces changed. Their gazes fell on Hong Lian. Hong Lian's face flushed red. She didn't expect her young master to be so direct. For a moment, the girl's face flushed red. There was a trace of joy hidden in her shyness. However, at this moment, many young men's hearts were broken. She's blushing. My goddess is blushing. My heart is broken. Heavens, I want to kill myself. Impossible. This is impossible. Impossible. In an instant, some young men couldn't help but shout. The situation was getting out of control. Seeing this, Qin Feng raised his brows. He grabbed Hong Lian, and their figures flashed, streaking across the void and disappearing in an instant. Lu Feng, Bai Yun, and Yun Mo were in a daze. They didn't notice Qin Feng and Hong Lian's departure. Lu Feng did it for Hong Lian. Bai Yun and Yun Mo did it for Qin Feng. On the side, Mei Ruoxuan was dazed for a moment. She quickly regained her senses and looked at the chaotic All-Stars college in front of her with a bitter smile. This junior brother Qin has really stirred up a big mess this time. Hong Lian's status in All-Stars college was very special. Now, Qin Feng publicly declared that Hong Lian was his woman. Most likely, not only would the geniuses of the Stellar Academy be envious and unable to sit still, even some of the inner court disciples of the Stellar sect, and even the true disciples would act upon hearing the news. Femme fatale. The number of suitors for Hong Lian wasn't something Qin Feng could imagine. Even if Qin Feng was a marquee genius, he would still be in big trouble. Mei Ruoxuan felt troubled. She inwardly complained about Qin Feng's impulsiveness. Chapter 594. The scarlet sky peak towered into the clouds. Beside the cloud Dingtian Lake, there were rows upon rows of palaces and pavilions, layers upon layers. At the very top was the primeval hall. Below the primeval hall were the residences of the scarlet sky peak disciples. The The Scarlet Sky Peak was currently led by the 6 great outer disciples. Other than the first 3 outer disciples, Wan Xiaochuan, Su Jie, and Zhao Yuan, there was also Lu Xiu, Yu Yao, and Chengguang. Lu Xiu was a disciple of the Azure Dragon Institute. Because of his friendship with Qin Feng, he was hated by Alcuin of the 5-Element Squad. He had no choice but to take refuge in the Scarlet Sky Peak. Later on, he chose to stay in the Scarlet Sky Peak. Thus, Yao also joined Qin Feng's faction at that time. Chengguang came from an ordinary background. He was originally a high-level medicine boy of the Scarlet Sky Peak. Because of his diligence in cultivation, Qin Feng promoted him to an outer disciple. The 6 of them entered the Medicine King Hall and were considered to have a proper status. Now that Qin Feng became the ruler of the Cloud Lake City, the 6 of them also rose in status and became disciples of the Level 5 Medicine King. Of course, there was a difference between the Medicine King Hall's inner disciples and the Xingqian School's inner disciples. One was the earth while the other was the sky. They couldn't be compared. However, after becoming a Level 5 inner disciple, the authority and privileges they received would increase day by day. They would be far stronger than their peers. Moreover, the current Scarlet Sky Peak already had a hint of a dojo. Only direct disciples could occupy a Level 9 spiritual mountain and open up a dojo. If the Scarlet Sky Peak was promoted to become the Scarlet Sky Peak Dojo, the disciples on the mountain would also be promoted and receive corresponding rewards. The other high-level medicine boys could become odd-job disciples, while the 6 great outer disciples could be promoted to Xingqian School's outer disciples. It was a wonderful thing to reach the heavens in a single bound. Therefore, when they knew that Qin Feng was going to compete for the position of a direct disciple, the entire Scarlet Sky Peak was in an uproar. The Primeval Hall was a hall personally named by Qin Feng. At this moment, a group of disciples wearing black alchemist robes were sitting upright. They were led by a man and a woman. The man had thick eyebrows and big eyes. The woman was cold and charming, with a trace of coldness that kept people 1,000 miles away. They were Yin Fei, and Huang Pusong. Those present were all apprentices sent over by the Medicine King Hall. Qin Feng had always been busy cultivating. At this time, taking advantage of the fact that there was still some time before the legacy ceremony, he imparted Tao to this group of apprentices and dispelled their doubts. After explaining some key points and answering some questions that had been accumulated by the disciples for a long time, Qin Feng drove the group of people out. In addition to these disciples, there was also a group of high-level apprentice alchemists listening at the side. For example, Yin Zhan, Lu Zaitian, Yuhan Song, Han Cheng, and a group of high-level alchemists. Being able to become an alchemist was the ultimate dream of countless medicine apprentices. To be able to listen to the lecture of a genius alchemist, the group of medicine apprentices were all exceptionally attentive. On the other side were Luan Xiaochuan, Zhao Yuan, and Su Jie. Yu Yao's beautiful eyes flickered, but her gaze was fixed on Red Lotus, who was sitting in the back seat next to the main seat. Her pretty face changed, revealing an indescribably complicated expression. Right at this moment, a medicine boy wearing a green medicine master's robe walked over in a hurry. Senior Sister Yu, Xingqian School's inner disciples, Chun Xian and Chun Kuan, request an audience with the Peak Master. Yu Yao raised her eyebrows and said, Chun Xian and Chun Kuan, aren't they Miss Red Lotus's admirers? These 2 brothers are quite famous in Xingqian School. They are known as the Qian and Kuan duo, but they are nothing in front of our Peak Master. The Peak Master said that he would not meet these flies. The medicine boy nodded. I'll drive them away right now. Yu Yao nodded, and a trace of emotion flashed through her beautiful eyes. When she was in Shana City, when she heard that the Xingqian School's inner disciples were an inner disciple, her entire family would tremble. If a Xingqian School's inner disciple was in a country like the Yin country, it would cause a huge uproar in the entire country. Now, they were driven away just like that. However, these inner sect disciples were at a loss for what to do. These days, Chun Xian and Chun Kun were not the only inner disciples that she had driven away. Even a true disciple would be denied entry to the sect. No one doubted that Qin Feng would fail to become a direct disciple. After 2 hours, many disciples walked out of the primeval hall respectfully. After everyone left, only Yin Fei, and Huang Pusong were left in the hall. Qin Feng raised his head and looked at the two of them. "Is there anything else you two want?" Yin Fei asked. "Master Qin, I heard that Master Qin is preparing to participate in the direct disciple ceremony, so I specially prepared a gift for Master Qin." After speaking, she took out a roll of cloth from her jade sleeves. Huang Pusong did not speak. He looked at Yin Fei in surprise. He did not expect Yin Fei to have the same thought as him. He bowed his head. "I also have a gift for Master Qin." He took out a gold-plated book from his sleeve. Qin Feng's eyes moved slightly. With a wave of his sleeve, the items in their hands flew to the table. He glanced at them, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. He nodded. "You two are quite thoughtful." After muttering to himself for a while, Qin Feng's true energy condensed between his fingers, forming talisman scripts in the air. After a while, he waved his sleeves, and talisman scripts flew out like a river. Before Yin Fei and Huang Pusong's shocked eyes, the talisman scripts condensed into a small silver book in front of them. This is a summary of some simple understanding of alchemy. There's also a fire control method. Go back and study it carefully. You will definitely gain something. Hearing this, Yin Fei, and Huang Pusong were overjoyed. He hurriedly put away the silver booklet. "Many thanks for Master Qin's kindness. You can leave." Qin Feng waved his hand. The two bowed again and retreated out of the primeval hall. "Young master, what did they give you that made you so happy?" Red Lotus guessed. Could it be some inside information about the direct disciple ceremony? Red Lotus was clear about Yin Fei, and Huang Pusong's background. Although these two disciples have been keeping a low profile and hiding their identities, they actually had a great background. Compared to the high-profile disciples of the Xingqian School's elders in All-Stars College, their backgrounds were even greater. "Little girl, you're so smart. You guessed it right. I didn't expect the sect to set the direct disciple examination in the Demon Refining Tower." Red Lotus was shocked. Isn't the Demon Refining Tower the place where the sect imprisons enemies? I heard that there are many powerful people imprisoned there. Not only are there overlords, but there are even martial Dao experts and outer path saints. Xingqian School was a big family with a lot of enemies. Most of the experts they captured over the years were locked in the Demon Refining Tower. After tens of thousands of years, who knew how many terrifying existences there were in the Demon Refining Tower? Qin Feng nodded with a dignified expression. "Yes, that's right. This direct disciple ceremony isn't simple. According to the information obtained by the people behind Yin Fei, and Huang Pusong, there are 6 stages in this direct disciple ceremony. Only by passing all 6 stages can one become a true direct disciple. The Demon Refining Tower isn't a good place. Danger lurks everywhere. Not to mention 6 stages. Even 1 stage is hard to pass. Those imprisoned martial Dao experts and outer path saints hate Xingqian School to the core. If they see Xingqian School's experts, they're willing to die together with them. Most importantly, there are only 9 direct disciple quotas this time. Among the hundreds of disciples who entered, less than 1 out of 10 will be selected." Red Lotus's expression changed. 1 out of 10? But there are hundreds of disciples. That's nearly 100 martial Dao experts. There are even half-step martial Dao experts. Isn't there too little meat? "Young master, you haven't really broken through to the Nirvana realm. I'm afraid there's another chapter later." Chapter 595. At this time, in All-Stars College, Jiang Taichu was suffering unspeakably. Ever since he offended Qin Feng and had his strength and cultivation sealed, he had become a rat on the street that everyone wanted to beat up. He originally thought that he could slowly undo the seal on his body with his painstaking efforts. Who would have thought that he would underestimate Qin Feng's primal chaos light and darkness seal? Qin Feng's primal chaos light and darkness seal was a terrifying sealing technique obtained from an ancient ruin. It was rumored that it could seal an ancient supreme being. After being sealed by the primal chaos light and darkness seal, whether it was true power or soul power, any power cultivated would be involuntarily absorbed by the primal chaos light and darkness seal. Jiang Taichu naturally suffered a tragedy. In half a month, he had become All Stars College's famous trash. From a genius to a trash, Jiang Taichu was suffering unspeakably. At first, the disciples of All Stars College who had been suppressed by him were somewhat afraid. But as time passed, those people became more and more unscrupulous. He had sought out the powerhouses and elders of All Stars College, begged the direct disciples of Xingqian School, and even used his connections to invite 2 supreme martial arts elders of Xingqian School. However, these supreme martial arts experts were also helpless. At this time, Jiang Taichu was completely flustered. Jiang Taichu, you only have 2 choices now. One is to ask the sect sage for help. Perhaps the sect sage has the ability to undo the seal. The second is to ask the one who started it to undo it. Go and beg Qin Feng. He definitely has a way to undo this terrifying seal. He recalled the advice of the supreme martial arts elder before he left. Jiang Taichu would not choose the second option, even if he was beaten to death. Lowering his head to Qin Feng, this great enemy, was even more painful than killing him. At this moment, it could be said that he hated Qin Feng so much that he wanted to eat Qin Feng's flesh and blood. Lowering his head to Qin Feng was even more painful than killing him. Martial arts sage. After the Nirvana realm, a martial arts expert who had survived a great tribulation was called a supreme martial arts expert. After passing 2 great tribulations, they were called supreme martial arts experts. Those who had survived 3 great tribulations were called quasi-sages, or half-sages. Only those who had survived 4 major tribulations were qualified to be called saints. Saints had a lifespan of 3,000 years. Such an existence was like a living fossil ancestor. Even a pig that lived for 3,000 years could become a demon and become a demon king. Not to mention a peerless martial artist. Although Jiang Taichu was arrogant and conceited, he did indeed possess a confidence that ordinary geniuses did not possess. His confidence came from the Grand Supreme Elder behind Xingqian School. No one knew that he had long since caught the eye of a Grand Elder and was quietly taken in as a nominal disciple. If he could become a true disciple, he would naturally become a direct disciple. That night, he cast a spell to invite the Grand Supreme Elder's divine sense to descend. Originally, he thought that he could break the seal, and he would immediately repay those students of the Star Academy who insulted him, and even Qin Feng's bestowal. However, the judgment given by this Taishang Elder made him despair. No, this seal has condensed your essence, energy, and spirit into a yin and yang hub. Simply speaking, it has tightly combined your essence, energy, and spirit with the power of the seal. This seal contains countless runes that run through your essence, energy, and spirit. If you don't understand the trick behind it and forcefully break it, your essence, energy, and spirit will directly collapse and die. Jiang Taichu was anxious. 9-form Saint Sovereign, then what should I do? What else can you do? Who told you to provoke such a difficult person? You are asking for trouble. Now, I will give you 2 paths. One is to completely abandon all cultivation and walk the path of a body cultivator. Exhaust your physical strength to the limit and shatter the vacuum. You will not die from a drop of blood. The second path is for you to find that brat Qin Feng and find a way to break it for you. Ever since he learned that Jiang Taichu's absolute beginning star had been taken away, this Grand Supreme Elder had completely given up on Jiang Taichu. Jiang Taichu originally walked the path of invincibility. If he could cultivate that invincible supreme battle intent and bravely advance, he might have had a chance to prove his Tao. But now that his state of mind had been broken and his destiny had been taken away, he no longer had a chance. You really won't die if you don't seek death. Of all the people you could have challenged, you just had to challenge Qin Feng. That person is a notorious lawless person. He even dared to empty the wine of the apes' sacred mountain. He even almost blew up the entire younger generation of the wildlands. Challenging such a fierce person. If you're not seeking death, then what are you doing? After a few more words, the Grand Supreme Elder withdrew his divine sense, and the brilliance faded away. Jiang Taichu sat there with a pale face. At this point, what other choice did he have? Nine-form Saint Sovereign had given him two paths, and no matter which one it was a dead end. The second option was to admit defeat to Qin Feng and kowtow. Would Qin Feng be soft-hearted? Once he did so, the shadow of failure would be forever planted in his heart. After that, even if Qin Feng undid the seal for him, his heart would be covered in dust, and it would be difficult for him to advance. The first option was even more impossible. Walking the path of body tempering seemed to be a path full of vitality, but Jiang Taichu had offended so many geniuses in All-Stars College, and even the inner disciples of Xingchen School. Those powerhouses would never allow him to grow. With a ferocious expression, Jiang Taichu's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and his voice was hoarse. Qin Feng, you forced me to do this. Since I have no other choice, I will take you down with me. Jiang Taichu was one of the 5 monstrous geniuses of All-Stars College. He suppressed many geniuses of All-Stars College and was known as one of the strongest geniuses in the history of All-Stars College. Naturally, he was an elite among elites, a genius among geniuses. Whether it was in terms of cultivation talent or luck, he was superior to many young martial arts experts. Naturally, he had also obtained many treasures along the way. One of them was a 6-armed, cursed demon puppet. This was an extremely strange, ancient evil item. It was a strange item that Jiang Taichu had found in the treasury of a large family after destroying it. This cursed demon puppet was rumored to have an evil nature. It seemed that anyone who obtained this cursed demon puppet would not be able to escape the fate of having their family destroyed. Originally, Jiang Taichu did not believe in evil, nor did he believe that a mere cursed demon puppet could ruin his luck. Looking at this pitch-black, dusty 6-armed cursed demon puppet, he seemed to see this evil demon puppet letting out a sinister and strange laugh. It's too late to regret, too late to regret. A strange sound came from its mouth that seemed to be laughing yet not laughing, crying yet not crying. A moment later, a ferocious expression flashed across his face. Qin Feng, even if I, Jiang Taichu, die, I will drag you down with me. Jiang Taichu's blood-red eyes stared at the 6-armed, cursed demon puppet that was exuding an evil aura. When he obtained this evil item, he also obtained a strange animal skin cloth. There was a strange, evil technique recorded on the animal skin cloth. As long as someone could sacrifice their own flesh and blood, soul, and even memories and luck to the cursed demon puppet, there was a certain chance that the cursed demon puppet could fulfill a wish of the host. Inside the room, Jiang Taichu stared at the 6-armed, cursed demon puppet. His face was gloomy as he followed the memory on the animal skin cloth. An hour later, a strange altar appeared in front of him. The altar was surrounded by evil, blood-red runes that flowed with an ancient aura. He slowly stepped onto the altar and took out the dagger that he had prepared beforehand. With a ferocious look on his face, he slashed at his wrist. Blood gushed out like a waterfall. Blood splashed out and seeped into the rest of the altar. The 6-armed, cursed golem slowly turned blood-red. At the same time, an ancient evil was slowly awakened. I, the 6-armed evil sovereign, have finally awakened. Chapter 596. The 6-armed evil god was a peerless evil ancestor, a terrifying existence that was famous in the immemorial era. However, it was rumored that the 6-armed evil god stirred up trouble during the Second Great Divine Demon War, torturing living beings and spreading evil cults. It was defeated by the 3 ancient emperors and disappeared. This time, it was reborn and awakened. Countless blood lights poured into the 6-armed, cursed demon puppet like a waterfall. A surging will was awakened, and Jiang Taichu's aura was drowned. After a while, The blood-red six-armed, cursed demon puppet suddenly turned into a bloodlight and entered Jiang Taichu's glabella. Such dense resentment. It turns out that a peerless monster used his own essence, energy, and spirit as a sacrifice. No wonder it could awaken this sovereign. Jiang Taichu opened his eyes, and a faint black and red light flickered in his eyes. The entire room seemed to be dyed red by blood. Oh, there's a final wish. Kill Qin Feng. He's just an ant. This sovereign will agree to your request. Scarlet Sky Peak, Primeval Hall. Looking at the two name lists in his hands. In addition to some information about the Demon Refining Tower, there was also a list of disciples participating in this year's successor ceremony. According to the information collected by the people behind Yin Fei, and Huangpu Song, there were nearly 110 people participating in this year's successor ceremony. Most of them were Nirvana realm experts. In other words, most of the people participating in the successor ceremony were martial arts overlords. The strongest were 12 people. Qin Yufeng Shun, Gong Yangzi, Gong Sun Hong, Yi Guangji, Ling Weiyang, Qi Yin Nu, Jian Zhongyan, Taishu Feng Yun, Dongfang Qin Yun, Ji Yao Yang Changsheng Panwu. Looking at the 12 names, Qin Feng smiled bitterly. Half-step Martial Dao Almighty. These existences could pass a great calamity at any time and become a martial Dao Almighty. Xingqian School claimed to have hundreds of thousands of disciples. Every disciple was talented and outstanding. Outer sect disciples were already so harsh, let alone inner sect disciples. Every inner sect disciple was an outstanding talent. If they were placed in an ordinary sect, they would be the successor of the sect and the leader of the sect's revival. Half-step Martial Dao Almighty could be said to be a man among men, an overlord among the overlords. Hong Lian asked worriedly, "Young master, why don't you wait until the last round?" Elder Su from a Medicine King Hall came by just now. He said bluntly that even if you suppressed 2 geniuses, you might not be able to enter the top 10. In Hong Lian's opinion, young master, if you cultivate for a few more years, you might not be weaker than those prodigies. Qin Feng shook his head. Red Lotus, you only know one part of the story, but you don't know the whole story. In the fight for the great Tao, if you are one step behind, you will always be behind. The position of a true disciple involves many secrets of Xingqian School. After saying that, Qin Feng smiled bitterly. What's more, your young master, have enemies everywhere. Those enemies will not give me a chance. If I can't enter the successor hall this time, I'm afraid the next time will be even more difficult. Seeing Red Lotus' worried expression, Qin Feng waved his hand. Hong Lian, don't worry. We haven't seen any deaths along the way. Didn't your young master also go against the flow? What's more, I cultivate the void elemental ultimacy. As the saying goes, time is supreme and space is king. Those almighty people who are half a step away from martial arts may not be able to do anything to me. Qin Feng said confidently. Recently, the Spacebreaker Beast had been subdued, and he had obtained the Spacebreaker B scale. His understanding of the void elemental ultimacy had improved by leaps and bounds. Hong Lian nodded her head. Since she started cultivating, some of the bloody queens will have been awakened. She was no longer the same as before. Naturally, she knew how terrifying a Void Master was. Suddenly, Qin Feng's expression changed. He clawed at the Void Elemental Ultimacy, and a crack appeared in the Void Elemental Ultimacy. Hong Lian's eyes flickered. She saw a beautiful woman in a red dress in the Ultimacy. She looked very lifelike. Young master, this is the mate I found for you. Qin Feng pointed at the Ultimacy, and the Ultimacy melted inch by inch. Then he smiled and said, "This woman was originally a prodigy of the dark heavenly lion tribe in the Wildlands Demon Temple. Her name is Tong. I saw that she was very talented and was good at shadow techniques. She is good at hiding. She can be your maid." Hong Lian's expression changed. She slowly walked down from the back seat. Her eyebrows moved slightly. After a while, she suddenly snorted. "I'm afraid that young master took a fancy to her and pushed her to be his maid." Hearing the girl's coquettish voice, Qin Feng's expression froze. After a while, he chuckled. You flatter me, you flatter me. How can she compare to our Honglian? After saying that, Qin Feng said righteously, if Honglian doesn't like her, I will kill her immediately. Qin Feng appeared in front of the ultimacy in a single step. A wave of energy condensed. In the next moment, Shi Tong was about to die. A jade-like hand stopped Qin Feng. Since young master has given me a maid, Hong Lian will naturally accept her. This is the first time young master has given me a gift. Hong Lian snorted. His first gift was a maid to accompany him in his room. Qin Feng was embarrassed. With a thought, a flag appeared in his hand. Looking at the treasure flag in Qin Feng's hand, the entire primeval hall was filled with a strong tide of spirit light. This is a pseudo-true artifact. Hong Lian was surprised and pleasantly surprised. A pseudo-true artifact was a supreme treasure for self-defense and cultivation. This item was extremely rare. This flag is called the tidal 10,000 Beast flag. It was originally an ancient water-type true artifact. However, due to the erosion of time and some damage, its grade fell to a pseudo-true artifact. If you nurture it carefully, it might be able to recover the power of a true artifact. Qin Feng placed the tidal 10,000 Beast flag in front of Hong Lian. Hong Lian stared at Qin Feng with her beautiful eyes. Young master, are you giving this treasure to me? This pseudo-true artifact was extremely precious. Even some true disciples might not have one to protect themselves. If this item were to fall into the hands of others, countless experts would fight over it. With a pseudo-true artifact to protect oneself, it could be said that one would have a few more lives. Not to mention, this tidal 10,000 Beast flag was an ancient true artifact with vast power that could resist water. Of course I'm giving it to you. You're only in the miraculous void realm and don't have any supreme treasures to protect yourself. With this item, you'll be like a tiger that has grown wings. Hong Lian did not immediately take it. Her beautiful eyes were moved as she looked at Qin Feng. Young master, keep this treasure for yourself. With this item, your chances of becoming a true disciple will increase by a few notches. Qin Feng shook his head. It doesn't matter. Just take it. I've recently cultivated a great water-type magic. This item won't affect me much, but it's very important to you. This treasure has an extremely precious and magical effect. It can refine the original soul of a ferocious beast and increase your spiritual power. It can help you cultivate the golden light whirling magic as soon as possible. With that, Qin Feng's divine thought moved, and the tidal 10,000 Beast flag in his hand turned into a stream of light that entered Hong Lian's body and merged with her surging blood Tao true force. Where am I? At this moment, a woman's voice sounded. Shi Tong was in a daze. Ever since she was captured by Qin Feng, she had been sealed in ice and had only just woken up. Raising her head, her expression changed greatly in the next moment. It's you, Qin Feng laughed. Of course it's me. Chapter 597. A cold light flashed, and in the next moment, a dagger made of dark true power appeared on Qin Feng's neck. Hong Lian's face changed. Blood red murderous intent appeared. Qin Feng was her reverse scale. Qin Feng's expression didn't change. He turned his gaze over and silently, that dagger froze. Visible to the naked eye, a formless energy rippled with Shi Tong at the center. Wherever it passed, even the air and the surroundings would stop flowing. Shi Tong gritted her teeth and tried to activate the true power in her body, but no matter what, she could not move an inch. You? She looked at Qin Feng in shock. One look was enough to make her unable to move. How terrifying was that? Why, after not seeing each other for a year, you attacked me the moment you saw me. Qin Feng waved his sleeves, and the void retreated. Layers upon layers of void space were pushed back like waves. Shi Tong was unable to resist and returned to his original position. How could this be? Shi Tong was in disbelief. Wait, you said a year later. Her face turned ugly. Seeing her expression, Qin Feng knew what she was thinking. You guessed right, it's already a year later, Shirtong said in a daze. A year later. That means I've been sealed by you for a year. A full year. And her cultivation did not improve at all. Shirtong was so angry that her face turned pale. The cultivation of martial arts was all about bravery. How many years could there be in a person's life? After being sealed for a year, she had been completely pulled apart. Ignoring Shirtong's expression, Qin Feng glanced at Hong Lian. Seeing the murderous look in Hong Lian's eyes, he said, "Little girl, this girl is a prodigy of the dark heavenly lion clan. She is wild and untamed. I captured her a year ago, and she refused to submit. Thus I sealed her in ice. After you take her in as your maid, you have to train her carefully. Otherwise, she might turn on you." Hong Lian snorted. "Young master, don't worry. Since this girl dares to be rude to you, I will definitely teach her how to behave properly." "Maid?" Shirtong's expression changed. "You want to enslave me? Dream on." Dark energy surged from her body, giving off a violent energy fluctuation. Shirtong knew that he would not be able to defeat Qin Feng, nor would he be able to escape. Thus, he decided to self-detonate. Her temperament was so unyielding. Hong Lian's expression changed, and she was about to step forward to stop him. Qin Feng stretched out his hand to stop Red Lotus. Red Lotus looked at her young master in confusion. This was not like her young master. Qin Feng sneered. He was not in a hurry at all. "Go ahead and self-destruct. Go ahead and self-destruct. If you die, that senior brother of yours will never be able to avenge you." Upon hearing the words, senior brother, Shirtong immediately halted the surging energy in his body. The name Shi Wushuang was Shirtong's Achilles heel. Shirtong was in a foul mood. He was not afraid of anything, and the only person he cared about was Shi Wushuang. She gritted her teeth. "What's wrong with senior brother?" "What do you mean?" Qin Feng said indifferently. "What I mean is very simple. If you die, your senior brother died in vain. No one will avenge him." "Senior brother is dead?" Shirtong was stunned for a moment before shouting angrily. "That's impossible. Senior brother is the emperor of the golden three-eyed heavenly lion race. He has the forbidden eye. With his bloodline, who can kill him?" Qin Feng shook his head. In his mind, he condensed the memories of Shi Wushuang being killed in the Sea Spirit continent. They formed into light images that appeared in midair. From Shi Wushuang's appearance to the encounter with Yi Ding, the scene of Shi Wushuang being killed by Yi Ding appeared in the light images. Qin Feng focused on Shi Wushuang's tragic death. Unwillingness. That intense scene struck Shirtong, causing her face to turn pale. The scene in front of her was too realistic. She could not find any reason to doubt it. Senior brother is dead. A buzzing sound rang in her mind. Shirtong's beautiful face was bleak, and a layer of gray appeared in her eyes. Red Lotus looked coldly at Shirtong, who was on the verge of collapsing. She felt pity for her. If it was her, she would probably go crazy after hearing the news of Qin Feng's death. But the shock is too much. What if she becomes disheartened and commits suicide? Wouldn't that be self-defeating? Qin Feng muttered in his heart. Soon, Qin Feng knew that he was worrying too much. A thick layer of hatred appeared in Shirtong's beautiful eyes. She stood up and walked in front of Qin Feng in a few steps. "Help me kill that person. Kill that person, and I will be yours." She was tall and had an extremely hot body. Even if Qin Feng had a heart of stone and a will of iron, he could not help but feel a ripple in his heart. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a terrifying heat. Her hatred had transformed into flames, and the heat caused Qin Feng's heart to tremble. "I know that you want to have me. Help me kill that person and avenge senior brother. Not only is my body yours, but my heart is also yours." Impudent. Red Lotus frowned. A blood-red light wrapped around Shirtong and lifted her in midair. "Do you know that I have countless ways to force you to obey me?" Shirtong's expression was cold. "But if you do that, all you will get is a walking corpse. Do you think that you need such a walking corpse?" Qin Feng's expression changed. He shook his head at Red Lotus. Red Lotus harumphed coldly. With a wave of her sleeves, she put Shirtong down. Qin Feng slowly walked over and stopped in front of Shirtong. You're a walking corpse now. However, I've still decided to agree to your request. This Yiding is a mortal enemy of mine as well. We'll definitely have a life and death battle in the future. Either he dies, or I live. But if you want to kill him, now is not the time. You must understand this. Shirtong looked deeply at Qin Feng. I can wait. Qin Feng nodded. A hint of a smile appeared in the depths of his eyes. It was a joyous occasion that he had subdued Shirtong. Shirtong possessed a rare darkness constitution. Such a talent would be heavily nurtured by any sect. She was qualified to be a Red Lotus attendant. Next is Shirhan. Actually, Qin Feng wanted to subdue Shirtong's elder sister, Shirhan. Qin Feng admired the saintess Shirhan's temperament and intelligence. This woman had plotted against him many times and escaped easily. She was beautiful, intelligent, and had the divine radiance physique. Now that I have a younger sister, is my elder sister still far away? Just as Qin Feng was hiding in the scarlet sky peak to cultivate, comprehend the void element's profoundness, and train his attendant at this moment, a storm was brewing outside Xingqian School. After the news that Red Lotus was Qin Feng's attendant spread out, many geniuses smashed the things in front of them. The entire All-Stars College and even Xingqian School were in an uproar. This matter continued to ferment. Finally, it reached its peak on the eve of the successor ceremony. At this moment, many magnates of the martial Dao made their preparations. They must teach Qin Feng a lesson in the legacy ceremony. In Xingqian School, on a towering mountain, two young men were looking at each other with gloomy eyes. In front of the two of them, an ordinary young man with a weathered face said faintly, Dongfang Qingyun, Jimon, the two of you are the most beneficial inner disciples of Master. This time, Master is lending each of you a true artifact. He hopes that the two of you can suppress Qin Feng and prevent Qin Feng from becoming a true disciple. Don't disappoint Master. Chapter 598. On the cliff, clouds covered the sky. Ji Yao frowned. Elder Yu, I don't understand why senior brother didn't do it himself. If he did, Qin Feng wouldn't have a name. As the saying goes, even a lion needs to use all its strength to catch a rabbit. Why should we let Qin Feng grow? Elder Yu shook his head. This is the sex rule. Xingqian School isn't a Xingqian school that belongs to a single genius. Besides, Master also has a powerful enemy to deal with. The price to pay for killing Qin Feng is too high. Dongfang Qingyun didn't say anything. He was somewhat disdainful of Ji Yao. If Xingqian School could casually kill fellow disciples, the sect's 10,000 years of history would have been destroyed long ago. The legacy of a sect was passed down to the younger generation of disciples. If Xingqian School's disciples were allowed to kill each other, Xingqian School wouldn't last for more than 1,000 years, let alone 10,000 years. Xingqian School allowed competition, fighting, and even killing, but that was only on the Heaven's Punishment platform. Killing in private, even a marquee genius would be killed on the spot. The sect's 10,000 years of history was supported by ironclad rules. Even with Gong Ao's current reputation in Xingqian School, he couldn't kill a marquee genius for no reason. But this time, as long as Qin Feng was suppressed, within 50 years, there would be plenty of opportunities to crush Qin Feng. At the same time, Qin Feng arrived at the Medicine King Hall, where the Seven Stars platform was located. At the entrance of the valley, two young men in silver armor opened their eyes and suddenly raised their heads. A stream of light flew down from above their heads. Sky Snake Star Tian Ying and Sky Dragon Star Zhenglong. Who are you? This is the Medicine King Hall's forbidden area. Unauthorized personnel must not enter. Walking out of the silver stream of light, Qin Feng glanced around and smiled. With a flip of his hand, a token appeared in his palm. Sky Dragon Star Zhenglong still had some impression of Qin Feng. A year ago, Qin Feng had come to the Medicine King's main hall and revived the true Dragon Divine Wood. Furthermore, he had suppressed that 4th-level mystic cultivator, leaving a deep impression on Heavenly Dragon Star Zhenglong, especially the rumors about Qin Feng that came one after another. At this moment, he clearly felt that the aura emitted by Qin Feng was even more tyrannical and terrifying than that of the other warlords who were about to advance to gold. Sighing inwardly, Zheng Long took the token from Qin Feng and took a look at it. "Junior brother Qin Feng, go in. The hall master and the other elders have been waiting for you for a long time." Qin Feng's expression changed. "We? Senior Martial Brother Zheng. Is there anyone else besides me?" Zheng Long said, "That's right. Other than Junior Brother Qin, there are also a few other disciples from the Medicine King Hall." After he finished speaking, he glanced at Qin Feng and said, "This time, the Medicine King Hall gathered all of the Medicine King lineage's disciples. It's considered the general mobilization before the true inheritance grand ceremony." Zheng Long's eyes were somewhat envious. He cultivated for dozens of years and barely advanced to the peak of the sea of reincarnation realm. However, even so, he was still far away from the position of a true disciple. Intersect disciples and true disciples were like carps leaping over the dragon gate. Each true disciple was a vassal-like figure in the sect. This junior brother Qin Feng in front of him had quite a bit of support in the Medicine King lineage. Receiving the token, Qin Feng stepped into the beer hall. From afar, he saw 7 to 8 young men and women with different temperaments. These young men and women's expressions were either indifferent, demure, or cold and arrogant. Hearing the footsteps, their gazes fell on Qin Feng one after another. "Qin Feng, it's him. He came too. Could it be that he's also preparing to participate in the true inheritance grand ceremony? What an arrogant guy. Could it be that he thinks that he can be greedy just because he became a conferred marquis genius?" Most of the gazes were somewhat disdainful. There were even some hostility and jealousy. Qin Feng swept a glance at these people. These people's strength was very strong. Their aura was surging and majestic. The 8 of them were practically all Nirvana realm martial Dao overlords. Looking at their faces, they were also very young. Clearly, their ages were not old. Their strength is very strong. But the strongest should be these 2 people. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the 2 young men. One of them was like a spiritual root, high and mighty like the emperor among thousands of trees. His appearance was picturesque. Wearing a loose green robe, his eyes revealed a kind of extremely heavy majesty. The other person's expression was indeed indifferent. His appearance was ordinary. He wore a pinewood hairpin on his head. His body emitted an aura that made the plants happy. In Qin Feng's senses, the greenwood aura of these 2 people could be said to be as majestic as the ocean. This was definitely a half-step martial Dao almighty. By the side, Greenwood elder Su Changqing walked over and laughed heartily. "Junior brother Qin, I haven't seen you for a year, and the changes are huge." He was a little emotional. "Junior brother Qin, a year ago, we would never have dreamed that you would have today's achievements. A 4th-grade alchemist, a marquis genius, and now you're going to challenge the position of a true disciple. It's really dazzling. Senior brother Su, you flatter me." Qin Feng's gaze fell on the many indifferent young men and women in the field. Su Changqing came to his senses and said with a smile, "By the way, junior brother, let me introduce you. These 8 are intersect disciples of my Medicine King Hall. They are Bei Ting, Ling Yangwei, Chen Jing, Wan Song, Zhao Ying Yang Changsheng, Gu Yunfei, and Gu Qing. Qin Feng, I've heard a lot about you. I've heard a lot about you." The 8 of them were a little cold. The 8 of them were not familiar with Qin Feng, a genius from Medicine King Hall who suddenly appeared. In the eyes of most of the 8 people, Qin Feng was just a young boy. He was not qualified to be on equal footing with them. Many people's first reaction to such a genius who suddenly appeared was to examine and size him up. Most of them felt uncomfortable. However, there were also people who greeted him. "Junior brother Qin, I heard that your Scarlet Sky Peak is a top-notch spirit mountain with many spirit roots." Qin Feng turned around and looked. This person was one of the 2 strongest among the 8 people. According to Su Changqing's introduction, this person was called Yang Changsheng. His eyes were calm, and he seemed to have a gentle personality. "Senior brother Yang, You flatter me. Qin Feng's eyes turned, and he said, Senior Brother Yang's aura is like a spring breeze. Every move of yours seems to be in harmony with the myriad wood zither. You should be cultivating an extremely high-level wood attribute cultivation technique. Yang Changsheng said in surprise. I didn't expect Junior Brother Qin to have such attainments in the wood attribute. That's right. I'm cultivating one of the 12 true inheritances of Xingqian School's inner sect, the evergreen wood secret art. This is a legendary cultivation technique that leads directly to the position of a wood attribute god. I've heard of this cultivation technique. This cultivation technique can absorb the essence of spirit roots and cultivate with the spirit roots. The higher the grade of the spirit roots, the faster one's strength will increase. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. I do have a few types of spirit roots. As long as Senior Brother Yang can afford it, it's not like I can't sell them. Oh, Yang Changxing's eyes lit up. He was tempted and was about to speak. Right at this moment, a majestic aura descended from the sky like the sun. A green brilliance like the Azure Emperor's wood god descended. The Hall Master is here. There's more later. Chapter 599. Boundless light of life blossomed from the green sun in the center of the hall. Countless purple clouds were born from the depths of the void, covering the sky like purple clouds. The purple clouds were vast and mighty, indicating the arrival of a saint. Qin Feng was secretly shocked. Amidst the countless green lights, Qin Feng saw white mountains and black waters, green trees like a forest, and countless spiritual roots. This was a Greenwood School saint. A huge pressure descended from the void. Qin Feng felt as if the void around him was completely frozen by this aura. It pressed down on his body, making him unable to move at all. Qin Feng was a bit better, but Ling Yangwei, Yang Changsheng, Wan Song, Chun Jing, Gu Yunfei, Gu Qing, and the others were sweating all over. They felt an irresistible majesty from the depths of their hearts. Suddenly, Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He clearly felt a gaze that was slightly surprised as it landed on his body. It was that wood school saint. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, this gaze quickly moved away. Very good. The 9 Medicine King Hall disciples participating in this Hall of Truth have all arrived. A faint yet dignified voice rang out. The 9 young men and women all raised their heads. They didn't know when, but under the green sun, several experts with extremely powerful auras had appeared. There were 2 men and 1 woman. One was an old man with a purple beard, one was a gray-robed old man, and the other was a woman in colorful clothes. Su Changqing stood to the side. This old man is the Medicine King Hall's Hall Master, Du Pingsheng, one of the 4 great temples of Xingqian School. The 3 beside me are the Medicine King Hall's elders, Yan Li, Jiang Wei, and Hua Jiqing. The 3 of them are also the elders in charge of this Hall of Truth. 4 great temples. Qin Feng's eyes flashed. Xingqian School had 28 peaks as its main branch. The 28 peaks were extremely powerful, and the majority of Xingqian School came from these 28 peaks. In addition, there were the 4 great temples that drifted outside the 28 peaks. Any one of the 4 great temples was not weaker than any of the 28 peaks. The 4 great temples were the Alchemy Temple, the Star Monarch Temple, the Myriad Stars Temple, and the Heavenly Works Temple. Of the 4 great temples, the strongest was naturally the Star Monarch Temple. Star Monarch Temple was a temple of Xingqian School that was in charge of external expeditions. This temple was filled with countless star generals, commanders, and even heavenly kings. Star Monarch St. Hall had 4 heavenly kings, 8 commanders, and countless commanders, and battle generals. It could be said that there were many soldiers and generals, and many people. It was rumored that the ruler of the Star Monarch Temple was a supreme being who was on the verge of confirming his Tao. Below the Star Monarch Temple, the other 3 temples were comparable in power. The Medicine King Hall was one of the many main halls under the Alchemy Temple. Every single person who came out of the 4 great temples possessed the ability to pierce through the heavens and the earth, and had unfathomable and shocking methods. Needless to say, the Hall Master of the Herb King Hall was a wood elemental sage who had survived 4 major tribulations. As for the other 3, Qin Feng could sense that the purple-bearded old man, Yin Li, and a multicolor-robed woman were clearly supreme beings who had survived 2 major tribulations. As for the gray-robed old man, his aura was even more terrifying. He stood in the void, giving Qin Feng the feeling that he was thousands of miles away. He was unfathomable, and even his face could not be seen clearly. Qin Feng was shocked. Could this be a quasi-saint? The foundation of this Xingqian school is truly tyrannical. A quasi-saint is merely an elder of a low-level main hall, while the alchemy temple has more than 10 main halls. As Qin Feng's thoughts changed, the Hall Master of the Herb King Hall's thoughts fluctuated, attracting everyone's attention. He slowly said, "The fact that you can enter the Azure Emperor's Herb King Hall means that you are all peerless geniuses. You are the most outstanding people among millions of cultivators." After receiving the affirmation of the Hall Master of the Herb King Hall, the 8 young experts revealed smiles on their faces. Qin Feng was expressionless. Qin Feng could feel several gazes crossing his face in an instant. After receiving the affirmation of the Hall Master of the Herb King Hall, Qin Feng could still remain calm. He was too calm. The Hall Master of the Herb King Hall continued, "However, what our Xingqian school needs are the most outstanding and outstanding people. Every true disciple of our Xingqian school condenses the fortune and inheritance of Xingqian school. They also represent the face of our Xingqian school. As the saying goes, Tao cannot be passed down personally, and the inheritance cannot be neglected. Therefore, the sect will only hold a true disciple ceremony every 50 years. This is a selection, and the number of people is limited each time. This time, there are only 9 people. Those who pass will receive the full cultivation of our Xingqian school. Of course, at the same time, cultivation methods, status, and power will be at your fingertips." The whole place was silent. Every young expert present, including the elders, could not help but flash a fervent look in their eyes. At this moment, Yin Li spoke. "This is also your only chance to get close to the sacred position of the sect master. Every true disciple is a future sect master. If you miss it, then you can only become elders like us." Everyone's expression changed. The Hall Master of the Herb King Hall glanced at Yin Li, and his eyes flickered slightly. He knew that this junior brother, Yin Li, was feeling indignant for Jiang Wei. Actually, among the 3 elders, Jiang Wei's strength was more than enough to become a Hall Master. However, according to the sect rules, if one was not a true disciple, he could only become an elder and not a Hall Master. A true disciple was a true disciple after all. There were many important positions that only true disciples had the qualifications to take on, unless there were special circumstances. Because most of our disciples cultivate wood attribute cultivation methods and are not good at attacking, there hasn't been a true disciple for nearly 1,000 years. This palace master hopes that you can break this curse, break the derogatory name that the Firely Hall has placed on our Herb King Hall. The Hall Master of the Herb King Hall's tone carried a trace of sternness. Derogatory name? Qin Feng muttered inwardly. There are more than a dozen main halls under the Sacred Alchemy Hall. Among them, the powerful ones were the Fiend Poison Hall, Medicine King Hall, Herb King Hall, and Firely Hall. However, although the Herb King Hall was powerful, it was only because of their management methods. Their individual strength was not strong. Therefore, they were often derogatorily called the Medicine Slave Hall or Medicine Farmer Hall by the Firely Hall, who did not see eye to eye with them. He raised his head. The other 8 young men and women did not look too good. At this time, Ling Yongwei suddenly stepped forward. "Hall Master, this disciple will definitely suppress the Crimson Demonic Crossbow this time and share your burden." His eyes flowed with confidence, and he was rather high-spirited. The elders at the side looked over, and their gazes landed on Ling Yongwei, and their expressions eased. They had high hopes for Ling Yongwei. In the eyes of the 3, Ling Yongwei was the most likely to become a true disciple among the 9 people present. Yin Li nodded. Yes, Ling Yongwei, your Azure Emperor True Sutra is already mature enough. Indeed, you have a high chance of entering the top 9. However, the Crimson Demonic Crossbow is known as the Crimson Emperor, and the Crimson Emperor True Sutra has also been cultivated to the realm of self-generating fire. You must be careful. Chapter 600. Ling Yongwei was born with the Tai divine physique, a wood spirit embryo born from the essence of 10,000 trees. He was a genius born to cultivate the Azure Emperor True Scripture. Hall Master, this disciple will not disappoint you. I will do my best. Bei Tingsheng and Gu Yunfei stepped forward at the same time, not showing any weakness. The two of them were also rare geniuses of the Medicine King Hall. Their momentum was extremely tyrannical. The remaining Chen Jing, Wan Song, Zhao Ying-er, Gu Yunfei, and Gu Qing all expressed their stance. The only ones that didn't move were Yang Changsheng and Qin Feng. All right, I hope you can achieve good results in the next legacy ceremony. The Medicine King Hall Master's indifferent voice sounded. Next, don't resist. I will take you directly to the place where the legacy ceremony will be held, the Demon Refining Tower. At the same time, above the green sun in the center, a mighty green light slashed through the void like a sharp sword. A waterfall-like green waterfall slashed above the void, and a huge green door appeared. Behind the door, a green path to the sky appeared. Qin Feng's expression changed. At this moment, a vast azure light wrapped around the group and rushed into the door like a gale. The azure light wrapped around his body. Qin Feng felt a majestic aura like that of a living god. He was almost unable to move. A moment later, the azure light dissipated and a vast galaxy appeared in front of Qin Feng. Endless stars shone above his head, forming countless nebulas. The silver brilliance fell like frost and snow. Below his feet was a vast island-like continent. This island-like continent was not big, with a radius of several hundred miles. It seemed to be floating in the dark void. The ground was flat, as if it had been cut by a blade. At the end of the island was a huge silver pagoda, connecting heaven and earth. It was boundlessly grand. Demon Refining Tower. The three ancient words exuded a myriad of auras. This is another heavenly abode, or a secret realm. Qin Feng was secretly surprised. This Demon Refining Tower was actually built in a heavenly abode. Heavenly abodes were divided according to size. They were divided into new heavenly abodes, small heavenly abodes, medium heavenly abodes, large heavenly abodes, and divine abodes. Most of the newly formed grotto heavens were yellow sand or seawater. Normally, when a sea of reincarnation realm martial artists successfully broke through to the Nirvana realm, they would create a new grotto heaven. Newly formed grotto heavens were considered small grotto heavens. A small grotto heaven was completely different from a new grotto heaven. One of the biggest differences was that a small grotto heaven possessed a portion of the grotto heaven's abilities. The cave before his eyes not only had a complete crystal wall system, but it also seemed to have the space derivation ability of a medium-sized cave, which had evolved some small dimensional spaces. That was not all. The grotto heaven inside also had the ability to shine with both the sun and the moon. Countless stars were faintly discernible. At the very least, it was a large grotto heaven. An existence that could open up a large heavenly abode was most likely an ancient supreme being that had severed the passage of time. Qin Feng was deeply touched. Whoosh whoosh. Just as Qin Feng was thinking about this, the young powerhouses of Xingqian School continuously passed through the large grotto heaven and entered this continent. Soon, the number of youths on the islands increased to nearly 200. Each of these 200 young powerhouses was selected from tens of thousands of cultivators. They were the elites of Xingqian School, the geniuses of the geniuses. Qin Feng secretly sized them up and realized that most of these 200 young powerhouses were Nirvana realm powerhouses. Among them, there were 13 or 14 who were at the peak of the Nirvana realm. There were 40 or 50 who were at the late stage of the Nirvana realm. Among them, the young powerhouses at the middle stage of the Nirvana realm occupied the majority. There were nearly 100 of them. The remaining 30 or 40 were at the early stage of the Nirvana realm. As for those at the peak of the sea reincarnation realm, there were less than 5 or 6. Qin Feng was one of them. Qin Feng was not unfamiliar with the others. Yi Ding, Wang Daoyi, Xinxiu, and the remaining 2 did not seem to fit in with the group. Through the discussion of the surrounding young powerhouses, Qin Feng learned their names. The man's name was Xing Zhou, and the woman's name was Kain Enemies are bound to meet. Qin Feng frowned. His fate was intertwined with Yi Ding's. They would not rest until one of them was dead. It would be difficult to separate them. Junior brother Qin. Suddenly, Qin Feng heard a voice beside his ear and raised his head. A young man in a black robe with soft lines, gentle eyebrows, and shoulder-length black hair walked over. Oh, it's senior brother Wang Daoyi. Qin Feng was secretly surprised. Qin Feng had noticed Wang Daoyi before. This person was not outstanding before the All-Star Martial Arts meet, but after the All-Star Martial Arts meet, his strength improved by leaps and bounds, especially his performance in the sea spirit world. He fought against 2 and suppressed crown Prince Moao on the martial arts prodigy role, the King of Wilderness. Slightly sensing, Qin Feng felt an unfathomable feeling in the depths of his heart. Qin Feng treated Wang Daoyi the same way. How could Wang Daoyi not treat him the same? He was the supreme of 9 lives, and in each life he was extremely close to the demon god realm. He thought that he had a unique vision and was knowledgeable. However, Qin Feng was indeed like a cloud of fog in front of him. He could not see clearly and could not understand. The 2 of them conversed slightly. At this moment, streams of light appeared in the void like stars and rushed in from outside the heavenly abode. There were dozens of people in each stream of light. These 30 to 40 streams of light actually rushed in with more than 1,000 people in an instant. Suddenly thinking of something, Qin Feng frowned and said, I heard that this time Xingqian School is participating in the successor ceremony. Didn't the 28 peaks and the 4 great temples add up to only 100 people? Why are there so many people? Wang Daoyi smiled. Junior brother Qin Feng, you are often not in Xingqian School, so you may not know this. These people are not here to participate in the successor ceremony, but to observe the ceremony. Many of them may be the next successor ceremony's participants. Qin Feng nodded. So they are here to see the world. These voices did not enter the continent, but formed streaks of starlight on the periphery, watching the ceremony from the periphery. Qin Feng secretly sensed that many of those auras were martial arts experts. There were also a few people who exuded the aura of a saint. As the disciples gradually arrived, the strength of the young experts on the continent was immediately revealed. In front of the 200 or so young experts, there were 12 young people standing proudly. Ling Yongwei and Yang Changsheng were also among them. These 12 people stood proudly like 10 tall mountains, appearing abnormally lofty. These 12 people, they were the 12 half-step martial arts experts of the Xingqian School's young generation. They were also peak Nirvana realm experts. These 12 people seemed to be able to pass the chaos tribulation at any time and break through to the martial arts realm. Every half-step martial arts expert's strength far surpassed that of a peak late-stage Nirvana realm expert. These 12 people standing at the front were like cranes in a flock of chickens, attracting the attention of everyone present. The young experts present felt the enormous aura of these 12 people and felt waves of pressure. Their faces became solemn. Chapter 601. 12 half-step mighty figures, Chun Yufeng Shun, Gong Yangzi, Gong Sun Hong, Yi Guangji, Ling Weiyang, Qi Yanu, Jian Zhongyan, Taishu Feng Yun, Dongfang Qingyan, Ji Yao, Yang Changsheng, and Pan Wu. Wang Daoyi smiled. These 12 are known as the 12 of Nebula. Everyone knows that they are the most promising young experts to become true disciples this year. Qin Feng said, I don't think this rumor is entirely true. I think we should count you in to make the 12 of Nebula worthy of their name. Wang Daoi glanced at Qin Feng with a profound look. Likewise, actually, someone has made a list for these 12. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. What do you mean? Wang Daoi said slowly as his gaze swept across the 12 half-step almighty young experts. The strongest among them is, of course, Pan Wu. Pan Wu is from the Pangu clan. The bloodline of the Pangu clan contains incredible power. They are the descendants of the ancient god of creation. The second is Jianzhen, the third is Dongfang Qingyun, the fourth is Gongsun Hong, the fifth is Gong Yangzi, the sixth is Qi Yanu, the seventh is Chunyu Fengshen, the eighth is Ji Yao, the ninth is Taishu Fengyun, the 10th is Ling Yangwei, the 11th is Yi Guangji, and the 12th is Yang Changsheng. Among them, there are 5 known as the 5 emperors. They respectively cultivate the Azure Emperor's true scripture, the White Emperor's true scripture, the Black Emperor's true scripture, the Red Emperor's true scripture, and the Yellow Emperor's true scripture. The mythical scripture was a peerless scripture that was above the legendary scripture. Qin Feng said solemnly. Azure Emperor Ling Yangwei, Yellow Emperor Gongsun Hong, Red Emperor Qi Yanu, Black Emperor Yi Guangji, and by Emperor Dongfang Qingyun. Qin Feng glanced at 5 of the 12. Among them, Black Emperor Yi Guangji was a beautiful woman in black. By Emperor Dongfang Qingyun seemed to have noticed his gaze, and a peerless gleam flickered in his eyes. Qin Feng was secretly shocked as he spoke. I didn't expect Brother Wang to know these experts so well. Wang Daoi shook his head. These people are active in all the major battlefields and roam the Spirit Sea continent. They have killed many experts and can be said to be famous. Only a cultivation maniac like Junior Brother Qin Feng, who has no worries, would be unfamiliar with them. Zhong Wuxiang, is that the marquis genius Qin Feng you spoke of? He was indeed very daring to participate in the legacy ceremony with just the cultivation of the Sea Revolution realm. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Above a nebula, dozens of young experts gathered. The one who spoke was a young girl. They were led by 4 true disciples. Ma Tianjiao, Nangong Yanhua, Tang Shi, Li Yin, Zhong Wuxiang, Jiang Chao, Run Xiaoyao, and the other inner disciples followed closely behind the 4 overlords with surging auras. The one who spoke was Li Yin. Zhong Wuxiang was naturally aware of the dissatisfaction in Li Yan's tone. It was mainly because of Qin Honglian. No one would have thought that Red Lotus was Qin Feng's concubine. With a trace of respect on his face, Zhong Wuxiang put away his usual playfulness. Senior Brother Li, I feel that Junior Brother Qin Feng's actions are not reckless. Junior Brother Qin Feng is only at the pinnacle of the Sea Revolution realm, but he has suppressed Nirvana realm experts several times. He even defeated the peerless prodigies on the prodigy roll. He said seriously. Most importantly, he seems to have a huge grudge with that person's adopted son, Yi Ding. If we can rope him in, he will definitely become Senior Brother Shi Xian's right-hand man in the future. Li Yin didn't express his opinion. Zhong Wuxiang looked at the other 3 true disciples. These 3 true disciples were the most capable experts under Shi Xian. They were all lords of Xingqian school. Ma Tianjiao's expression didn't change. Tang Shi crossed his arms in front of his chest. Junior Brother, you are too impatient. He is just a conferred marquis genius. Such geniuses are all arrogant and unruly. Look at him. He has only been in All-Stars College for a year, and he is already in a hurry to enter the successor ceremony. It is obvious that he is impatient and has already been blinded by the halo on his body. It is obviously inappropriate to make contact with him now. If we want to recruit him, we naturally have to wait until he falls from grace and loses his mind. Nangong Yanhua crossed her arms behind her back. Only when he loses something will he know how to be grateful to the person who gave it to him. Seeing the expressions of the 4, Zhong Wuxiang was helpless and could only shut his mouth. He looked at the other side. At this moment, the other 5 true disciples were looking at Yi Ding. Zhong Wuxiang was a little worried. If Yi Ding became a true disciple this time, then that faction would expand even further. At the same time, above the clouds, the Medicine King Hall's Hall Master and the three elders had left. Jiang Wei and Hua Jiqing's expressions were not good. Hall Master Du, these are the participants for this term's successor ceremony. As expected, your Medicine King Hall has the most participants among all the halls and peaks. Brother Du, it's not that I want to criticize you, but what's the use of having so many people? You're just here to fill up the gaps. A mocking voice came from a figure exuding boundless golden light, attracting the attention of the surrounding elders. Many elders chuckled softly. The Medicine King Hall's foundation was deep, and its overall strength was strong. However, it had never produced any outstanding disciples in recent years. On the contrary, the other halls like the Distant Fire Hall, Physician King Hall, Demonic Poison Hall, Long Life Hall, and Hall of Blood were much weaker, but they would produce 1 or 2 true disciples every 300 to 400 years. Old Laihua, don't be too proud. This term, my Medicine King Hall has 2 disciples that entered the 12 Nebula Children. Who knows, maybe 2 of our Medicine King Hall's disciples will be promoted to true disciples this time. The Medicine King Hall's Hall Master didn't back down. The Distant Fire Hall Master did not mind. That may not be the case. The ranking doesn't represent the position of a true disciple. If that's the case, why not just give the position of a true disciple directly to the 12 people? Not to mention, your Medicine King Hall's Azure Emperor Ling Yangwei and General Domu Yang Changsheng are ranked 10th and 12th respectively. This old man clearly remembers that this successor ceremony only has 9 spots. If it's taken directly, it will only take the top 9. The Medicine King Hall Master sneered. Old Laihua, didn't you also say that the ranking doesn't represent everything? Even the Scarlet Demonic Crossbow may not be able to enter the top 9. The Distant Fire Hall Master chuckled. At this moment, countless purple clouds appeared in the sky. Purple clouds circled overhead, and a purple light formed a flight of stairs. From the depths of the stairs, a clear voice suddenly sounded below the Devil Refining Tower. Everyone is here. Welcome to the Devil Refining Paradise. I'm very happy that this old man can host this term's successor ceremony. The young experts raised their heads. Unknowingly, a purple-robed man had appeared in the void above their heads. No one could see his face clearly, but they felt that he was like a god in the sky. His majesty was above the boundless void and could not be measured. Beside the purple-robed man, there were 4 green rays of light descending. Seeing the 5 people, the various halls, peaks, hall masters, first seats, elders, and disciples all bowed. Chapter 602. The purple-robed man looked around and waved his hand. The experts from all the palaces and peaks stood up. I am Xingqian School's Grand Elder, Yang Wanli. People call me Perfected Lord Fiend Refining. The 4 beside me are Star Lord Temple's Purple Thunder Heavenly King Lei Li, Vice Faction Leader Ji Xianxing, Hornwood Peak's Elder Jiang Bei Cho, and True Disciple Shi Xian. The 5 of us will be in charge of the selection of true disciples this time. Grand Elder, Vice Faction Leader. Qin Feng's eyes flickered when he heard the introduction. If the true disciples were the nobles among the nearly 1 million disciples of Xingqian School, then the Grand Elder and Vice Faction Leader would be the Prime Minister, Minister, and so on. Xingqian School governed the entire realm of stars. Every Grand Elder had supreme authority. The people who walked out from the deepest part of Xingqian School each had the ability to reach the heavens and the earth. They all had unfathomable and shocking methods. Thunder Heavenly King Lei Li, Ji Xianxing, and Jiang Beiqiu were obviously existences that surpassed martial saints. 4 tribulation experts were known as ancient sages and sages. 5 tribulation experts were known as sage kings. These 3 people might be great sages that were above martial saint kings. The 3 people stood in the void. Even Qin Feng could not see their faces clearly. He could not even see the light. The 3 balls of light seemed to extend from the depths of the void. Standing in the void was actually standing in the depths of the void. The last true disciple might be an extremely powerful martial Saint King. Qin Feng was shocked. How terrifying. After 1,000,000 years, no sect has a true disciple of the martial Saint King level. This ancient era is really abnormal. However, Qin Feng also knew that the person called Shi Xian must be an overlord among the true disciples to be able to host the true disciple ceremony. Perfected Lord Fiend refining exuded a mighty power that attracted the attention of all the young experts. All 202 disciples are here. I'll make it short. This successor ceremony will be held in the paradise of Devil Refinement. As you all know, I, True Lord Devil Refinement, am in charge of the sex law enforcement. Come quickly. The paradise of Devil Refinement is the place to punish and imprison traitors, enemies, and demons. As he spoke, the youths present, as well as the elders and disciples outside, felt the entire paradise of Devil Refinement tremble. Countless miraculous powers of the Tao of punishment trembled in the outer void, forming a cruel scene of countless sinners, demons, and experts being punished. Countless bizarre torture instruments were condensed in the void, exuding terrifying power. Power of the Tao, or the power of fear. Wang Daoi's eyes were deep. His gaze seemed to penetrate through the back of perfected immortal refining demon and saw a huge punishment platform. Endless bloody light filled the air, terrifying to the extreme. Qin Feng thought to himself, the punishment hall is one of the main halls of the Star Lord Temple. This elder should be a hall master from several hundred years ago. According to the inheritance of the punishment hall, his natal star should be a punishment or fear star. Seeing that he condensed all kinds of terrifying instruments of torture with the power of punishment, it should be a punishment star. At this moment, the 200 young experts under the Fiend Refining Tower were immersed in the shock of the immense power. More of them felt a sense of yearning. Perfected Lord Fiend Refining said slowly, all the disciples present are elites from the inner disciples of Xingqian School. I believe that all of you are elites among elites, giants among giants. Each and every one of you has great potential. I also believe that all of you won't be inferior to me in the future. However, true disciples are the most important part of the Xingqian School. They are the chosen ones of the Xingqian School's foundation and inheritance. I and the Xingqian School can't slack off. The quota is limited. 9. There are only 9 spots. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the 200 young experts in the hall tightened. Naturally, the 9 people who advance will be the strongest and the most outstanding among all of you. You may not know this, but it's not just me, the sect master, and the 28 peak masters who are watching this place. The expressions of the young people present changed, and their morale became even higher. Many of the young people's eyes were filled with a soaring, fighting spirit. The rules of this legacy ceremony are very simple. This Fiend Refining Tower has a total of 49 levels. This time, I have set up 36 levels. Each level will have a guardian demon or traitor. Every time you pass a level and kill a guardian demon, you will accumulate 1 point. The more levels you pass, the more points you will get. If you pass all 36 levels, you will accumulate 36 points. The 9 true disciples will be chosen from the top 9 with the highest points. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of mechanical roars could be heard. Many of the young people present turned their heads. They saw the gigantic Fiend Refining Tower that was like a pillar supporting the sky. Huge stone doors rose one after another. They were pitch black and abnormally terrifying. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. 9 stone doors. The gazes of the young experts present fell on the 9 huge, ancient doors, and a primitive, ferocious aura surged over like an icy river. Some of the young experts were caught off guard and could not help but take a few steps back. What a strong, ferocious aura. What kind of ferocious creature is locked up in here? It actually has such a strong, ferocious aura. Many young experts gasped in shock. A few of the 12 half-step martial Tao mighty figures in the lead frowned as they felt an extremely strong threat. There was a fatal threat in the 9 pitch-black doors. The murderous aura, resentment, and hatred are all so strong. How strong are the demons and monsters in here? Qin Feng's tyrannical spirit perception sensed that the inside of the fiend refining tower was like an ancient ominous cave, and his hair stood on end. Wang Daoyi, who was beside him, frowned and said, "Rumor has it that the fiend refinement grotto was picked up by the first fiend refinement perfected lord, and it has been passed down for an unknown period of time. It should be more than 10,000 years. During this period, who knows how many powerful monster kings, monster sages, and demons have been captured? There are even rumors that there are extremely terrifying ancient giants in the depths of the fiend refining tower. Although many old demons have been locked up in the depths of the fiend refining tower, they did not die with the passage of time. They are stubborn, ancient, ferocious, and tyrannical. They kill each other and devour the weak to extend their lives. Because of the imprisonment of Xingqian School, they hate Xingqian School every day and night and want to get out of there. They want to take revenge on Xingqian School. When fighting in there, not only do you have to be careful of these experts who are about to go crazy, but you also have to divert your attention to resist the ferocious aura." Hearing Wang Daoyi's words, Qin Feng's eyes became more and more profound. Many young experts in the field had truly felt the terror of the fiend refining tower, and their expressions became extremely solemn. However, there were also some people, including the 12 half-step martial Dao supreme talents, who looked relaxed. They had already received news about the fiend refining tower and refined some treasures to resist the ferocious aura. At this moment, the voice of the fiend refinement perfected lord was heard. "Okay, now I announce the official start of the successor ceremony. Everyone line up in 9 rows, and 9 people will enter each time. 9 people will enter at the same time." Chapter 603. In the square, 202 young experts quickly lined up in 9 rows. Perhaps because of their cultivation, Qin Feng, Yi Ding, Wang Daoyi, Shun Xiu, Xing Zhou, and Xiao Iner, the 6 special existences of the Sea of Reincarnation Realm, were at the end of the 9 rows. This was very eye-catching. Outside the square, many elders and direct disciples looked at the 6 of them with a slight smile on their faces. Some were teasing, some were disdainful, like a sparrow in a flock of white cranes. At this moment, a stream of light descended from the sky. It was hazy and indistinct. It stopped above the demon refining tower. Is it that direct disciple? Qin Feng's mind moved. A huge water mirror appeared in front of the tower. Now, the first group of 9 people, Gu Tong, Wang Qin, Lu Xiaohua, Qiu Qing or Quan Xiumin, Fang Yu, Quang Baiyu, Dan Jinjin, and Wu Bailey, can enter. The 9 young men and women answered and walked out. Standing at the back, Qin Feng and the rest could see clearly that there were 5 men and 4 women. All of them were Nirvana realm experts. Wang Qin and Fang Yu were late Nirvana realm experts. As for the other 7, 6 of them were mid-Nirvana realm experts. The remaining one was early Nirvana realm expert. 9 streams of light flashed. In the blink of an eye, the black stone door swallowed the 9 voices. At the same time, 9 red lanterns appeared on the first floor of the demon refining tower. The young men instantly understood that this was a sign that someone had passed the test. In just a few breaths, the lanterns on the second floor of the second stone door lit up. This seems to be senior sister Wang Qin. She is so fast. In just a few breaths, she passed the first test. The first test isn't difficult. It is said that the guarding demon is only at the peak of the Sea of Reincarnation Realm. Hearing the whispers, Qin Feng looked at the lanterns on the second floor. In a few breaths, the lanterns on the second floor of the third door lit up. That was Fang Yu. The other 7 weren't slow either. They passed the first floor with extreme speed. In a few breaths, they defeated the guarding demon at the peak of the Sea of Reincarnation Realm. They are very strong. The remaining young experts all felt a kind of pressure from the surrounding young experts. A quarter of an hour later, Wang Qin Lu, which represented the second stone door, continued to light up the 12 lanterns on the 12th floor. The 12th level. What is the strength of the corresponding crocodile demon on the 12th level? I don't know. Maybe he's at the late stage of Nirvana realm? That will be troublesome. Wang Qin's strength is also at the late Nirvana stage. If it was an ordinary person, it would not be a problem. However, there are demons in the ancient devil refining tower that are far more powerful than those of the same level. It will be troublesome to deal with such demons. Indeed, the demon kings, rebels, and fugitives that are suppressed by Xingqian school are usually people with outstanding strength. Such existences are very difficult to deal with. The expressions of the young experts below the stage turn solemn. At the 12th level of the 36 levels, the Nirvana Realm Magnate would have to face the late-stage Nirvana Realm Magnate. It was very simple. Almost 2 hours later, Wang Qin lit up the red lanterns on the 12th floor. At the same time, Fang Yu lit up 12 layers of red lanterns after an hour. Rumble. Suddenly, a muffled, thunder-like rumble came from the devil refining tower. Shi Xian, who seemed to be standing in the depths of the endless void, had a change of expression. A stream of light landed on the 8th floor of the 9th door with a loud bang. An invisible black hole rotated above the lantern on the 8th floor and split open. Rumble. The sound of something breaking through the air resounded. A figure with an extremely miserable aura tumbled out of the black hole. It's Wu Bailey. Seeing Wu Bailey's miserable appearance, many young experts sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, Wu Bailey's body was covered in wounds. His flesh was torn open, and black pus was flowing out of his wounds. He had been poisoned. His face was as white as paper, and his eyes were lifeless. He glanced at everyone present, and a trace of shame appeared on his face. With a loud bang, he fainted on the ground. It seems that he encountered a demon expert who is proficient in poison. This devil refining tower's gatekeeper is unimaginably powerful. Wu Bailey is a famous expert among the inner disciples. He even killed a late-stage Nirvana Realm Archfiend King in the Wasteland battlefield. Even so, he couldn't pass the 8th floor. Under the gazes of many young experts, several streams of light descended from the void and quietly brought Wu Bailey to the side for treatment. On the huge water mirror in front of the tower, a line of golden words appeared at the top of the list. First place, Wu Bailey, 8 points. Although he was temporarily first, all the young experts present, including the elders, powerhouses, and disciples, knew that Wu Bailey was completely eliminated. Following that, experts were blasted out of the devil refining tower one after another. The water mirror rapidly changed under the gazes of many young experts. First place, Wang Qin, 13 points. Second place, Fang Yu, 13 points. Third place, Dan Jinjin, 12 points. Fourth place, Kuang Baiyu, 12 points. Fifth place, Gu Tong, 12 points. Sixth place, Lu Xiaohua, 12 points. Seventh place, Quan Xiumin, 11 points. Eighth place, Qiu Qing, 11 points. Ninth place, Wu Bailey, 8 points. The first group of people were about the same in terms of points. The reason why they were ranked last was because the first few had lasted a few minutes longer. The 9 stone doors continuously swallowed and spat out the disciples participating in the successor ceremony. Under the gazes of many powerhouses and powerhouses, once a disciple was blasted out of each door, the rest would automatically enter. The rankings on the water mirror were also changing. Unknowingly, Wang Qin, who was first place, was pushed down to second place, third place, and fourth place. Qin Feng frowned. He was calculating his chances of winning against a late-stage Nirvana Realm Demon or a half-step Martial Dao powerhouse. In the Medicine King Hall, Bei Tingsheng, Chun Jing, Wan Song, and Gu Qing entered one after another. However, their points are not high. Gu Qing's score was the highest, 14 points. Gu Qing's ranking was higher than Wang Qin's. However, while Qin Feng was pondering, Wang Qin's points had already reached 9th place. Gu Qing entered and squeezed out Wang Qin, becoming 9th place. But soon, Gu Qing was also pushed down. At this time, Many young powerhouses displayed their true strength that matched their reputation. Many inner-sect disciples and even true disciples who came to watch the ceremony were shocked every year. Above the outer nebula, the three elders of the Pill King Hall sighed. In their eyes, Gu Qing was the strongest among the 9 disciples of the Pill King Hall, second only to Ling Yangwei and Yang Changshen. Even Gu Qing was pushed out, so the situation of the other disciples of the Pill King Hall was not optimistic. However, the elders of the 4 sacred halls and the 28 peaks were unmoved. There were disciples from each family who were pushed down. However, this was only the beginning. The best part was still the day after tomorrow. The 12 nebula signs had not truly begun. When Qin Feng looked up, the rankings on the water mirror had already changed greatly. First place, Han Yu, 18 points. Second place, Lu Zhen, 18 points. Third place, Shi Wuya, 18 points. Fourth place, Tu Qiansheng, 18 points. Seeing the rankings being pushed down step by step, many of the youths present felt heavy. The only ones who were relaxed were the 12 half-step martial Dao powerhouses. Among the 12 of them, most of them looked calm. It was obvious that they did not care about the 18th stage. Chapter 604. 18 points, 18 levels. As far as I know, the demon guarding the 18th level is at least at the level of a half-step martial overlord. Even we have to be careful when dealing with such a ferocious demon expert. However, many people here have already reached the 18th level. It seems that the number of disciples participating in this legacy ceremony is much higher than the previous ones. Above the nebula, many gazes fell on the demon refining tower below. The one who spoke was a true disciple. This true disciple's aura surged, and his true body was bathed in divine light. The aura of a martial overlord formed a pillar of light that shot into the sky. The surrounding experts were all in awe. Apart from him, there were 4 other true disciples. Each of them had a trace of the great Tao firmament's aura around them. They communicated with the endless void and suppressed a grotto heaven secret realm. Many young experts looked at the 5 true disciples with awe in their eyes. Fu Feng, Lan Yun, Zhong Yu, Chu Kuanga, and Ing Jiucheng. These 5 people were famous. They came from Star-Lord Temple and were in charge of an army. They were great generals. Star-Lord Temple was in charge of war and had 4 heavenly kings and 8 star gods. The 4 heavenly kings were Purple Thunder Heavenly King, Region Suppressing Heavenly King, Ninth Serenity Heavenly King, and Ruling Fate Heavenly King. The 8 divisions were Thunder, Fire, Wind, Rain, Plague, Do, Kuei, and Works. According to their ranks, they were Star Soldier, Star General, Commander, Deputy General, Divine General, Main General, Marshal, Heavenly King, and Star Lord. Under the 4 heavenly kings were the 8 star gods. Under the 8 star gods were the main generals. Each main general could be said to be a powerful figure. Under the main generals were the divine generals. Each of the divine generals was a martial overlord. Their status was even higher than that of a true disciple. Although the generals were also divided into different ranks, being able to become a general was already a huge difference in status. Many inner disciples looked at the 5 of them with fervent eyes. If they were able to become acquainted with these 5 true disciples and enter the Star Monarch Temple, they would become the subordinates of a few of them and become the commander of a region. That was something that many inner disciples yearned for even in their dreams. Being in charge of an army and intimidating other countries was even more satisfying than being the ruler of a country. The one who spoke was Fu Feng. He was the divine general of the Kuei division. The Kuei tribe was also known as the Wood Tribe. Fu Feng was currently under the command of one of the main generals of the Wood Tribe, the Azure Dragon main general. He controlled 3,000 divine Wood Star soldiers and guarded the Wood King battlefield in the northwest corner of the Savage battlefield. He fought against the Wood King race all year round. He was a famous figure in the Wood King's battlefield. This time, the 5 of them had rushed back especially for the true inheritance ceremony. Every true inheritance ceremony was a feast for the divine generals of the Star Monarch Temple. They were responsible for recruiting new soldiers for the various divisions. Other than the 5 divine generals of the Kuei tribe, there were also divine generals from the other 7 tribes. The other true disciple, Lan Yun, shook his head. Although their strength is tyrannical, they're all just pioneers. The truly tyrannical ones are the 12 Nebula children. They're the main characters this time, and also the main targets we need to rope in. General Lan Yun of the Wood Division, Ing Jiuzhong, shook his head. Even though it's like that, these disciples that dare to charge into the position of elite disciple are all geniuses that are 1 in 1,000. If we properly nurture them, they'll surely be able to become our left and right arms. Not to mention, all of you ought to be aware that even if we don't make a move, the fellows from the other 7 divisions might make a move. Fufeng nodded slowly, his eyes revealing a trace of sternness. The head of the battle division, Shi Xian, has come personally. He might have this intention. He's always been at a disadvantage in the battle against Gong Ao's senior brother. This time, he's come personally to buy people's hearts. We definitely can't let him succeed. Lan Yun sneered. It's undeniable that Shi Xian is indeed tyrannical. However, most of the experts from the Wind Division and the Kuei tribe of the 8 tribes are supporting Gong Ao. His battle division is already powerless to reverse the situation. Look at his subordinates, Ma Tianjiao, Nangong Yanhua, Tang Shi, and Li Yin. These 4 are purely good-for-nothings. If it weren't for their background, how could they have become true disciples? This group of people has great ambition but little talent. Shi Xian wants to rely on this group of people to succeed? It's simply a fool's dream. Zhong Yu, who had been silent all this time, said, "Don't be careless. Shi Xian is only eldest senior brother's enemy on the surface. The real enemy is still hiding in the dark." Among the 9 true disciples, senior brother Gong Ao is ranked 1st and Shi Xian is ranked 2nd. The other 7 are also not weak. They're called the same as senior brother Gong Ao and Shi Xian. Each of them is really astute and far-sighted. These years, they've been secretly improving their strength. No one knows how many trump cards they have. Hearing this, Fufeng, Lan Yun, Ing Jiuzhong, and the others fell silent. The true disciples were also divided into different ranks. Although they were divine generals, they could only be regarded as above average among the many divine generals. Compared with the top true disciples, they were still far behind. Chu Kuanga said, "What are you thinking? These things should be considered by the higher-ups. What we need to do now is to ensure that young Master Yi Ding, Dongfang Qingyun, and Ji Meng pass the successor ceremony smoothly. If the 3 of them pass the successor ceremony this time, they'll set an example in the sect. I believe those inner disciples should know how to choose." Zhong Yu said, "That's right. These 9 true disciples that are about to be born are all future stars, new vassals of the sect. Our current mission is to pull all of these true disciples to our side and strengthen our own reputation as much as possible." Zhong Yu's words were the thoughts of many true disciples. In the distance, several temple masters watched this scene with cold eyes. One of the temple masters sighed softly. "A storm is coming." Another temple master with a surging aura said, "This is expected. These true disciples are all fierce tigers. How can the higher-ups tolerate 2 tigers? It's fine if we act according to the sect master's orders. We can't interfere and let them fight as they like. As long as they don't violate the sect's rules, why not?" The first temple master shook his head. "I'm afraid of a backlash. These true disciples are all very energetic." The Pilking Hall master said coldly, "With the sect master, the 4 sacred temple masters, and the supreme elders controlling the overall situation, even if there's a backlash, the destructive power will be reduced to the minimum." An elder who looked like a purple copper demon god said, "Hall masters, I've heard that this time, the peak masters of each hall seem to have reserved 9 good seats for the 9 true disciples. Have you heard of this?" Hearing this, one of the temple masters chuckled. "Elder Qiao, that's enough. You don't have to ask. We all know what you're thinking. These 9 positions are not reserved for the other true disciples, but for this batch of new true disciples. That Elder Chiao was still somewhat unwilling to accept this. I've heard that the 9 new successor disciples will not only be granted a supreme spiritual mountain as their Taoist right, but also the position of divine general. Not only the supreme spiritual mountain, but also the position of divine general. Is the sect lacking in consideration of the position of divine general? No matter how strong these new successor disciples are, they are not as powerful as mighty figures in martial arts. There is a limit to the number of divine general positions in the heavenly cycle. How can they be granted to these new successors? Chapter 605. Elder Chiao was an elder of the 28th peak, Gold Kong Peak. His younger brother was the previous generation's core disciple. The hall masters and elders present naturally knew who Elder Chiao was here for. One of the elders said with a smile, "Brother Chiao, you should know the sect's rules. Ever since the 12th sect master condensed the heavenly rule and formed the heavenly net, there are no loopholes in the sect. Even the sect master's son doesn't have the ability to twist the heavenly rule." Speaking of the heavenly rule, the hall masters and elders' faces turned solemn. The heavenly rule could not be violated. So fast. He has passed the 18th floor, the 19th floor. This speed has already surpassed the first-ranked Wang Wei. So strong. Exclamations came from the surroundings. Wang Wei was also a late-stage Nirvana realm expert and was well known for his strength. He had already surpassed Hanyu and Lu Zhan. The 20th floor. Soon, a figure flew out from the ancient devil refinement tower. He hovered in mid-air, his divine body emitting divine light. His aura surged and surged. On the crystal board, a name quickly rose and replaced the first-ranked Hanyu. Hanyu was ranked second, and Lu Zhan was pushed to third. On the stage, Qin Feng realized that it was his turn soon. There were only 2 young experts in front of him. In front of the stone pagoda, there were 9 rows of young experts. Some of the more powerful young experts were ranked in the top 8 rows. Most of the 12 Nebula children were ranked in the first, second, and third rows. There were very few outstanding young experts in the 9th row. When half of the young experts in the other 8 rows entered, there were not many people left in the 9th row. At this time, one of the 12 prodigies, Chunyu Fengshen, had already entered the first row. His performance was extremely shocking. 2 hours later, when the 2 young experts in front of Qin Feng were blasted out of the ancient devil refinement tower, he had already entered the 21st floor. 21 stages, and this is only the 7th-ranked Chunyu Fengshen. According to the rankings above Chunyu Fengshen, there's still the 6th-ranked Qi Yin Nu, the 5th-ranked Gong Yangzi, the 4th-ranked Gong Sun Hong, the 3rd-ranked Dongfang Qingyun, and the 2nd-ranked Jian Zongyuan and Pan Wu. In addition, there are also Yi Ding, Xinxiu, and Wang Daoyi. Xinxiu, Yi Ding, and Wang Daoyi's hidden strength can't be compared to Chunyu Fengshen's. They can only be stronger. According to Chunyu Fengshen's performance, it shouldn't be a problem for him to rush to the 24th floor. Then I have to pass at least the 25th floor to be promoted to a true disciple. Qin Feng's heart was extremely heavy. According to his previous understanding of the ancient devil refinement tower, the 12th level might contain a powerful existence at the late stage of the Nirvana stage. The 12th floor was already so terrifying, let alone the 25th floor. Although Qin Feng possessed the body of a black snake, his true cultivation was still at the peak of the Sea of Reincarnation realm. It was the last realm of the 3 realms of the Sea of Reincarnation: the Spirit Sea realm, the Spatial realm, and the Heaven realm. Go in. At this moment, a figure appeared in Qin Feng's ears. Qin Feng looked up. In the 9th row, there was only one person left, and that was him. Under numerous gazes filled with mockery, Qin Feng's expression was calm as he stepped into the 9th door. After entering the 9th door, it was as if he had entered another inexplicable space. Qin Feng felt that he had passed through an inexplicable barrier and appeared in a strange place. Space derivative ability. It turns out that this tower has created a separate dimension. As his thoughts changed, a jet-black, evil aura came out from the depths, causing Qin Feng's skin to feel cold, as if he had fallen into an endless hell. In this boundless evil aura, not only was it difficult to operate his true power, but even his soul was affected as if it was covered by a layer of dust. Qin Feng's face changed slightly. He wanted to operate the Star River true power that had reached the 4th level of the extreme Dao realm to refine it. But with a change of thought, a flame appeared in his palm. The faint flame showed a simple gray color. Chaos Fire Calamity. The Chaos 5 calamities were divided into Fire Calamity, Water Calamity, Metal Calamity, Wood Calamity, and Earth Calamity. The Chaos 5 calamities was a simplified version of the forbidden Grand Divine Ability Twilight of the Gods on the Divine Ability list. The Chaos Fire Calamity turned into a whirlpool, and an endless stream of evil aura was swallowed by the flame. Visible to the naked eye, the flame became brighter and brighter, and the gray color jumped. The various top-grade spiritual fires that were originally fused together were completely refined and began to merge with the Chaos Fire Calamity. Kiki, a little kid at the peak of the Sea of Reincarnation realm, is allowed to enter. This time, I, the spirit-devouring ancestor, am lucky. A gloomy voice suddenly sounded. At the same time, a gray vine stabbed towards Qin Feng's chest like lightning. Qin Feng suddenly raised his head and glanced at the darkness. A trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes. So the demon guarding this level is actually a spirit-devouring vine. And after being locked up for so long, its brain is damaged. It's simply courting death. This was a strange region. Dark clouds covered the sky, and in front of him was a lush forest. Qin Feng smiled sinisterly. The Chaos Fire Calamity in his hand rumbled like a dragon's roar. A few fire dragons rushed out from the flames like flood dragons from the 9 heavens. Wherever the flames passed, the gray vines would be turned into ashes amidst the screams. The majestic flames shone and entered the depths of the ground with a loud bang. Ah! A shocking scream erupted. The surrounding ground was melted by the terrifyingly high-temperature flames. In the depths of the ground, a spirit-devouring wood monster cried out in fear. Countless raging flames entangled it. It tried its best to circulate its demonic energy to shatter the Chaos Fire Calamity. However, the demonic energy was shattered, refined, and turned into flames. Spare me! Spare me! Obviously, this spirit-devouring wood monster at the peak of the Sea of Reincarnation realm had the wrong idea. Qin Feng coldly watched this scene. After turning the essence of the spirit-devouring wood monster into ashes, the Chaos Fire Calamity transformed into a fire dragon and flew back to the fireball in his palm. After refining the strange fire, Qin Feng sensed that among the several dozen spiritual fires, the wood attribute primordial unity flame seemed to have been unsealed. It transformed into a spring of origin energy that collapsed and completely fused into the Chaos Fire Calamity. As the primordial unity flame was assimilated, Qin Feng sensed that the Chaos Fire God in the center of the Chaos Fire Calamity had brightened by a sliver. The power of the Chaos Fire Calamity had increased by 10%. After the spirit-devouring wood monster was refined, rumble, a passageway silently appeared before him. This is the passageway to the 2nd level. Qin Feng seemed to understand. Stepping in, a space filled with lava appeared before Qin Feng's eyes. Countless crimson flames curled and lava roiled. Outside, above the 9th gate, a second red lantern rose up. Seeing this scene, many elders and true disciples above the nebula who were secretly observing the changes in the demon refining tower shook their heads. As expected of a Sea of Reincarnation realm disciple, he took so long to pass the 1st level. Chapter 606. Rumble. Amidst the endless flames, a fiendish demon made of magma rushed out with a loud bang. A blazing aura tore the air apart. Peak of the Sea Rebirth Realm. Several kinds of tyrannical top-grade spiritual fire erupt from this magma demon's body, making Qin Feng's eyes light up. Damned human. Void solidification. Qin Feng glanced over. A vast amount of void energy descended, freezing the lava monster that was about to open its mouth wide and roar. It looked at the black-clothed young man in horror. This is really a treasure place to cultivate the power of fire. With a thought, a ball of gray flame enveloped the lava demon. After 5 breaths, the lava demon that was at the peak of the Sea Rebirth realm instantly melted. Whoosh whoosh, a fiery red soul essence the size of a pigeon's egg flew out. Within the soul essence, a miniature version of the lava demon was filled with fear. Qin Feng's eyes moved, and the fiery red soul essence pearl suddenly froze. The chaos fire tribulation transformed into a fire dragon that roared and rushed forward, swallowing the fiery red soul essence pearl in one gulp. Crack! Qin Feng heard a soft sound. The second type of spiritual fire, the grandson primordial fire, melted with this soft sound. The gray flame, transformed from the chaos fire tribulation, became brighter and brighter. The moment the lava demon died, a light blue passage with moist air appeared. Qin Feng stepped into it. Rumble. An ocean blue expert with the head of a fish and the body of a human appeared from the water light. This expert was obviously stronger than the lava demon in the second stage. A sword light slashed across the fish head expert. With 2 splashes, the body fell. With a flash of light, Qin Feng entered the 4th stage. This was a desert. Rumble. A sand tornado covered the sky and covered the sun in the desert. A tall swordsman with a crazed look in his eyes appeared in Qin Feng's line of sight. His entire body was like bronze. Rumble. His figure leaped and landed on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The early stage of the Nirvana realm. This was a martial arts giant. Disciples of Xingqian school, kill without mercy. A ferocious roar resounded, and a crazy, killing intent soared to the heavens and earth. The saber light flashed, and a vast expanse of whiteness swept towards Qin Feng like a waterfall from the 9th heaven. He's very strong. This saber strike is enough to kill an ordinary middle-stage Nirvana realm martial artist. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. His eyes narrowed, and that peerless blade-like figure suddenly froze in the void. That swordsman was shocked. The next moment, a fireball rushed out from Qin Feng's body and crashed into the swordsman. In the blink of an eye, that swordsman was reduced to ashes. With a flicker, Qin Feng appeared in the 5th stage. Just as his figure landed, a huge fist broke through the air, and the sound of wind suddenly appeared like a comet. However, in the next moment, the fist suddenly slowed down and even froze. A fierce-looking bald man looked at Qin Feng in astonishment. A trace of panic could not be concealed. Qin Feng turned his head, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sneak attack. Bang! Flames flashed, and the fierce-looking bald man instantly turned into a pile of volcanic ash. On the Void Continent, perfected Lord Refining Demon, Ji Qingxian, Lei Li, Jiang Bichu, and Shi Xian stood in the void and silently watched the performance of the young experts. They looked at the ancient tower of Refining Demon. Countless ferocious experts appeared in front of them, and the scenes in the 9 spaces were revealed to them. In the ancient tower of Refining Demon, the performance of the young experts appeared in the eyes of the 5 of them. The 5 of them scanned the void, and most importantly, their eyes fell on 2 young men. One of them was a handsome young man in a green robe. With a green sword and an extremely fast movement technique, he fought with a ferocious black demonic dragon like a green tornado. The black demonic dragon's scaly claws were extremely sharp and exuded a peerless sharpness. In another world of fiery red lava, a sharp phoenix cry resounded through the clouds. A young man in a yellow robe with the appearance of a king appeared silently. He slashed with a heavy sword, and a purple aura rose into the sky. There was a faint image of a sage king, the son of heaven, bowing down to rule. This was not the chi of a sage, but the chi of the son of heaven. This was an expert with the potential to become an ancient son of heaven. In another space, countless vengeful spirits roared. A ferocious man covered in white bones was fighting with a young swordsman with a cold expression and a golden battle sword in his hand. The young swordsman slashed with his sword, and the void shattered. Countless vengeful spirits screamed in fear and were cut into pieces, disappearing into thin air. Suddenly, the heavenly king of purple thunder, Lei Li, said, "It's been a day, and the fastest person has passed the 23rd level. Chunyu Fengshan, who has the best result, is about to kill the demonic dragon and enter the 24th level. However, there's not much hope for him to pass the 25th level." Ji Qingxian nodded slightly and said, "There are 36 levels in the ancient tower of fiend refinement, and each level is harder than the previous one. Every 3 levels is a small realm. In the past, the strongest person has mostly stopped at the 24th level. After all, the 25th level corresponds to the existence of a 2-tribulation supreme mighty. Although these 12 half-step martial arts elites are extremely talented, killing opponents 1 level higher than them is already their limit." Shi Xian chuckled. "Vice sect leader, I think that Gong Sun Hong might be able to pass the 25th level. He has the Son of Heaven's purple aura, and it seems that he is cultivated to the 93rd level. He's very powerful. It's not impossible for him to kill a supreme mighty 2 levels higher than him." Jiang Bichu shook his head and said, "This batch of disciples is extremely powerful. Not only Gong Sun Hong, but Jianzong Yuan is also not weak. He has an innate sword bone and has already comprehended a part of the sword law. His combat power is very strong." Heavenly King of Purple Thunder sighed. "It seems that this batch of disciples might be able to pass the 25th level, or even the 26th level." Perfected cultivator of fiend refinement's eyes flickered. Since the ancient tower of fiend refinement was opened, there were only a few true disciples who could pass the 25th level. Since the ancient tower of fiend refinement was opened, there were only 2 or 3 people who could pass the 26th level. Shi Xian said, "If there are no accidents this batch, the true disciples should be born among the 12 prodigies of Nebula. The 10th level, rumble." The thunderclouds in the sky solidified, and a huge thunder kirin that was emitting countless lightning bolts froze in the void. This was a terrifying Nirvana realm late-stage beast. Qin Feng stood in the vast wilderness. His eyes flickered, and with a flip of his palm, he held a crystal, clear divine sword. He slashed down, and a shocking sword light that could tear the sky apart struck the thunder kirin like lightning. It let out an earth-shattering scream. This ancient demon with the thunder true spirit bloodline was instantly killed by the sword light. Pucci, the falling blood light, was like a river of blood. With a loud bang, dust flew everywhere. At the 10th level, Qin Feng gradually understood the pattern. It seemed that in this fiend refinement tower, there were 3 levels for each level. The first 3 levels were guarded by Peak C reincarnation realm demons or foreign races. The 4th to 6th levels were guarded by early stage Nirvana realm demons. The 7th to 9th levels were guarded by mid-stage Nirvana realm demons. The 10th level was guarded by late-stage Nirvana realm demons. Glancing at the thunder kirin on the ground, Qin Feng's expression was relaxed. Rumble. Countless lightning bolts intertwined, and a passage appeared. This was the 11th level. Chapter 607. Countless gusts of wind surged from the green grassland, and the wind and clouds surged. 2 figures were chasing each other in the gusts of wind. In the green gusts of wind, a cold girl with a long saber on her back slashed out. Thousands of saber shadows condensed into one and turned into a green gust of wind that swept across the horizon. This was a late-stage Nirvana realm cultivator from the Wind Demon sect. No one knew what crime she committed to be captured in the ancient devil refining tower. A black light flashed, and a sword light slashed across. The gust of wind was sliced apart like tofu. The cold girl was shocked. A sinister look flashed across her face. Her figure disappeared into the void like a gust of wind. Qin Feng's figure appeared from the black wind. He glanced at the surroundings, and with a turn of his eyes, a formless void energy froze the space within a radius of several hundred feet. Countless gusts of wind froze in the void. Qin Feng moved his spiritual will, and wisps of wind essence appeared in his eyes. They faintly formed the figure of a girl. Using this kind of ability that can be condensed and dispersed under my nose is courting death. With a turn of the sword light, the wisps of wind essence were completely annihilated by the sword light. Kacha, a fire crow demon king whose entire body was covered in flames, appeared in the 12th level. Countless fiery lights surged as the primal chaos fire crow demon king engulfed in flames. This late-stage Nirvana realm fire crow demon king was firmly restrained and died in the primal chaos fire tribulation. Even the golden crow demon fire was completely engulfed by the fire of chaos and became Qin Feng's supplement. After passing the 12th level, the 13th level appeared in front of him. He passed the 12th level, below the demon refining tower. Many young experts were surprised when they saw the red lanterns on the 12th floor of the tower lit up. It seems like that marquee genius isn't as weak as we thought. To be able to enter the 13th level with a peak C of reincarnation realm cultivation, it is indeed proof of his talent. However, it doesn't help. Chun Yufeng's score is out. 24 points. The difference is too great. This is unavoidable. No matter how talented a C of reincarnation realm cultivator is, there is a limit. He is far from being comparable to the 12 prodigies. He is too impatient. He should have waited for another 50 years. Every inner disciple only has 3 chances in their life. It's useless. Even if you pass the 13th stage, your name will still fall on Mount Sun. Many of the inner disciples were discussing among themselves. In the eyes of many young experts, Qin Feng was doing a thankless job. Even if he passed the 13th and 14th stages, so what? How could he enter the top 9? Chun Yufeng Shun, Gong Yangzi, Gong Sun Hong, Yi Guangji, Ling Weiyang, Qi Yin Nu, Jian Zongyuan, Taishu Feng Yun, Dongfang Qin Yun, Ji Yao, Yang Changsheng Pan Wu. These 12 were the main characters of this year's legacy ceremony. The others were merely supporting characters. However, to everyone's surprise, the lanterns on the 13th, 14th, and even 15th levels lit up one after another. He actually passed the 13th stage, the 14th stage, and the 15th stage. A young expert who was chased out of the Devil Refining Stone Tower was shocked. What do you mean? Could there be some other explanation for these 3 stages? Someone asked from the side. Of course, you haven't entered these 3 stages, so you don't know that the ones guarding these 3 stages are almighty half-step martial artists. They are experts at the level of the 12 Nebula children. What? Some of the inner sect disciples who heard this were shocked. Doesn't that mean that he defeated and killed a half-step martial artist with a mere C reincarnation realm cultivation? Junior brother Qin Feng actually passed the 15th stage. The Medicine King Hall elder Su Changqing's face was filled with shock. At the side, the Medicine King Hall elder Yin Li, Jiang Wei, and Hua Qian exchanged glances. I didn't expect this. I originally thought that this Qin Feng was greedy for merit and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I really didn't expect his strength to be so strong. He is actually stronger than Gu Qing, Gu Yunfei, Dan Jinjin, and other late-stage Nirvana Realm disciples. Hearing Yin Li's words, Gu Qing, Wan Song, and Zhao Ying'er's faces darkened. There was shock and jealousy. Among the group, Gu Qing, who had the best result, was also defeated at the 14th stage. Qin Feng actually passed the 15th stage. Jiang Wei shook his head. This is a pity. It's a pity that Qin Feng is only at the peak of the sea reincarnation realm. I estimate that the 15th stage is his limit. The multicolor-robed woman, Hua Jiqing, nodded slightly. Indeed, even though Qin Feng is extremely talented, he still can't hold up the face of our Medicine King Hall. In the end, it still depends on the performance of Yang Changsheng and Ling Yangwei. Yin Li's eyes were filled with eagerness. Yang Changsheng is ranked 12th, and Ling Yangwei is ranked 10th. Whether they can suppress the arrogance of the fire-leaving hall will depend on the two of them. Ling Yangwei is the most likely candidate. On the other side, when they saw Qin Feng pass the 15th stage, Ma Tianjiao, Nangang Yinhua, Tang Shi, and Li Yin from the battle division had a subtle expression. Ma Tianjiao suddenly said, "I wonder what kind of true artifact Qin Feng has that allowed him to pass the 15th stage. It seems like he isn't as weak as the rumors say." Li Yin said, "It's just a last-ditch struggle, using a true artifact to gain attention. It's a pity that his cultivation is only at the sea reincarnation realm. No matter how hard he tries, he won't be able to show it. The position of successor-disciple will only belong to the true experts. Such shameful means can only take root in the darkest corner." It had to be said that once a person's first impression was bad, they would always imagine the darkest side of others. The four obviously didn't like Qin Feng. Jealousy. Zhong Wuxiang, Jiang Chao, and Rin Xiaoyao looked at each other and were secretly worried. The three of them were arranged to enter the battle division by Shi Xian. These were their immediate superiors. With such superiors, their future was bleak. This is the city lord of Cloud Lake City, Qin Feng, who was conferred the title of First Marquis. He has some strength and is qualified to be the stepping stone of the young lord. The five divine generals of the Kuei division, Fu Feng, Lan Yun, Zhong Yu, and Chu Kuanga, crossed their arms and looked at Yiding. He glanced at Shen Xiu and Wang Daoyi and frowned. Zhong Yu said, "I've investigated this Qin Feng. There's nothing special about his background, and he has no background. He relied on some fortuitous encounters. He's also a talented and lucky person. He's a bit difficult to deal with. If the young lord wants to suppress and kill him, there will be a lot of twists and turns in the future." Ying Jiuqiong's eyes surged with divine light. "It's okay. The skinnier the prey, the more chewy it will be. What's more, with us and the big brother suppressing everything, this guy can't make waves. He's destined to be the stepping stone of the young Lord Yiding." Chu Kuanga shook his head. "This is under the premise that he doesn't become a successor disciple. Once he becomes a successor disciple, it will be difficult to kill him. There's even a great danger of backfiring." Hearing Chu Kuanga's words, Lan Yun, who was a woman, laughed. "How is this possible? Even if it is the young master, if it wasn't for that treasure, it would absolutely be impossible for him to enter the top 9. With just a mere Qin Feng? Maybe in his next life." Chapter 608. Level 16. The fertile spring waterfall. The sound of flowing water could be heard from afar. Berlin was eerie, and the ancestral temple nearby was majestic. This place did not look like a space where a prisoner was kept. Hulong, like thunder from the 9 heavens, the strong, true soul power struck the depths of Qin Feng's soul. It was like hitting a mountain, causing countless lightning bolts to explode. You actually turned your soul true body into a true soul. A calm and indifferent middle-aged man with cold eyes looked at Qin Feng with an unsightly expression. "You actually used your true soul power to attack. You don't know that my true soul power is no weaker than a martial path expert." Qin Feng laughed coldly as his true soul power formed a huge silver light. In the next moment, it struck the middle-aged man who was caught off guard. The silver-white brilliance froze the true soul of the middle-aged martial artist bit by bit. Great Yin reincarnation, a soul-type divine ability. You actually have such a strong, true soul power? Damn it. The middle-aged man was filled with hatred. Yin and Yang energy surged in the depths of his true soul as he tried to destroy the power of the great Yin reincarnation. However, Qin Feng's true soul power was unusually strong. A silver reincarnation disc was formed, and the middle-aged man's true soul was pulled into the reincarnation disc. Within the reincarnation disc, the true soul power formed numerous illusions. At the start, the middle-aged man could still resist the points and maintain his consciousness. But after a few reincarnations, his mind was covered in dust, and he spat out all his secrets. Using this chance, Qin Feng formed numerous heart demons that ate the middle-aged man's true soul clean. So, it is an elder from heaven and earth sect. After swallowing this martial path expert, Qin Feng obtained some information about this middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was an elder of heaven and earth sect called Xian Qingwang. He was also one of Xian Wuji's granduncle. 300 years ago, he snuck in a myriad star domain to cause trouble and was captured by a supreme being from Xingqian school. He was locked in the demon refining tower. After the heart demons swallowed Xian Qinghuang's true soul, Qin Feng obtained some secret techniques of heaven and earth sect. However, they were all incomplete. Qin Feng took a look. He had obtained many secret techniques from Xian Wuji's memories. Honglong. In the void, a whirlpool opened and Qin Feng stepped into the 17th level. Outside, he passed the 16th level. He defeated a martial path expert. Some inner disciples who had been watching Qin Feng exclaimed, "This junior brother Qin is indeed extraordinary. He actually defeated a martial arts expert and entered the 17th stage." When a martial Dao expert's soul, true body, transforms into a true soul, they possess the ability to reincarnate their true soul. In front of the power of a true soul, the sole true body of a sea of reincarnation and nirvana realm martial artist would be like tofu. With a single strike from the power of a true soul, an ordinary sea of reincarnation or nirvana realm expert would have their soul extinguished. Wang Daoi thought to himself, however, these imprisoned powerful figures of martial arts are actually emasculated versions. Their natal secret realms have been devoured, and in fact, their strength is less than 10%. It's not too difficult to deal with them. The 17th level, Honglong. As soon as he landed, Qin Feng felt a huge force pressing down on him like a mountain. Honglong. An extremely violent beam of grayish-white light pierced through the void and blasted over. His body shivered. It was too late to dodge now. Qin Feng's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. Earth element petrification. There seems to be a trace of true soul law. As a former expert, Qin Feng was very clear about the abilities of a martial path expert. After becoming a martial path expert, other than the transformation of their true soul, they would also grasp a trace of true soul law. With a wave of his hand, boundless void power condensed into a huge mirror. Void esoteric, void reflection. Honglong. The grayish-white light collided with the mirror formed by void forces and shot up into the sky. Roar. With a roar, the earth shook and the earth cracked inch by inch. Qin Feng frowned. A barren mountain formed by countless boulders appeared in front of him. As the barren mountain shook, countless boulders flew back and formed a huge stone man in front of him. It's actually a living being formed purely from earth elemental essence. Qin Feng was shocked. Such a creature was born and blessed by the heavens. Such a creature had another name, which was the spirit embryo of heaven and earth. The mountain god pearl that Qin Feng obtained was also a spirit embryo of heaven and earth. It was formed by the soul of the mountain absorbing spiritual qi for 10,000 years. Given enough time, it could be nurtured into a martial path expert like the stone man in front of him. The stone man was more than 100 feet tall. Its eyes were blood red, and its aura was comparable to a martial path expert in the middle stage of the martial path expert. If it was combined with the terrifying petrification divine light, it would not be inferior to a martial path expert in the later stage of the martial path expert. Human, die. An invisible force field enveloped the entire space. Two rays of grayish-white light pierced through the void and locked onto Qin Feng. Once Qin Feng was hit, he would be immobilized like a rock by the flower race puppet. A formless void energy vibrated from his body, disintegrating the surrounding formless true power inch by inch. Qin Feng slashed in the void with one hand, and a huge void crack was ripped open. Two rays of petrifying divine light instantly fell into the void crack. Ever since he obtained the Void Beast grayscale, Qin Feng's void attribute had improved by leaps and bounds. Other than the original 5 types of void profound, he comprehended the void reflection, void laceration, void distortion, and void mirror image for more profound. Now, he had even started to comprehend void teleportation and other high-grade void profound. Puchi, a ray of grayish-white light that was like a blade, tore open the void. Qin Feng's figure disappeared into the void. In the next moment, he appeared behind the stone man. A ray of sword light swept across and struck the stone man like lightning. "Kacha!" The stone man roared. The huge rock behind him split open, and the sword light pierced through his body. "My strength is too weak, so the damage done to him is limited." Qin Feng's eyes darkened. "Since I can't kill him with one sword, then I will kill him with 10 swords, or even 100 swords." The stone man was very strong. He could control gravity and even use the petrification law. He was extremely dangerous, but his weakness was obvious. He was not fast enough. Originally, this weakness could be made up for with his own gravity domain. But this gravity could not trap Qin Feng, who was a void controller. Rumble. Within 10 breaths, over 100 rays of sword light struck the stone man's body. The huge rock on the stone man's body was split open inch by inch, revealing the core inside. A true earth pearl that was like a mountain god pearl. Puchi. The sharp sword light pierced through the stone man's huge body like a rainbow. Roar. With a roar of unwillingness, the stone golem's body fell apart. With a flash of light, Qin Feng's figure held onto a pearl. True earth pearl. Feeling the extremely rich qi of the earth within the pearl, Qin Feng's eyes revealed a trace of joy. He cultivated the 5 sacred mountains. If the earth's sacred mountain devoured this pearl of great earth, it would definitely be able to further solidify and even reach the small success stage. Chapter 609. The 18th level. The sky was filled with white light, and the ground was made of the purest white jade. The surroundings were filled with light oak trees, and the gentle light filled the void. It was like a paradise of light. A black figure walked out of the void. Qin Feng raised his head. A young man so handsome that he didn't seem to be from the mortal world appeared in front of Qin Feng. He was wearing a white robe, and he looked like a king of light, a disciple of the Xingqian school. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at Qin Feng. "That's right," Qin Feng said in a deep voice. Qin Feng's eyes were also sizing up this 18th stage of martial arts. Qin Feng felt a familiar aura from this martial Dao expert. Great Sun Light Purple Aura. The light mighty being, who was so handsome that he did not look like a mortal, nodded calmly. "That's right. My foundation is indeed the Great Sun Light Purple Aura." Qin Feng's eyes flashed as he said, "Then, are you an expert of the Great Sunlight Temple?" The Great Sunlight Temple no longer exists. The white-robed martial Dao expert's eyes gradually fell on Qin Feng. Thanks to the Xingqian school and the Heaven and Earth sect, his killing intent was revealed. His eyes were filled with pure and sharp killing intent. To be able to drag a peerless genius of the Xingqian school to the grave with me before I die, my life is worth it. With just you half-crippled martial Dao experts. Qin Feng smiled coldly. "Although I've lost my natal grotto heaven and the treasures on me, killing you is still a piece of cake." As he spoke indifferently, he waved his hand, and the power of light condensed into thousands of spears. Whoosh whoosh. The spears pierced through the void, and suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng's skin was cold, but he smiled coldly. After obtaining the power of light, it was not wrong to call him the King of Light. Coincidentally, I've recently cultivated a new divine power. Please take a look at it. Primal chaos calamity. Rumble. In the depths of his hand, the star river true power transformed into a huge light vortex suspended above his palm. The huge whirlpool erupted like a spiral, expanding to several tens of feet, swallowing all the spears in one gulp. Sciention aura, absolute beginning power. The white-robed, mighty figure's expression changed. The innate Tai Chu power was the innate essence Qi. The innate essence Qi was the innate essence Qi, and the innate essence Qi was the innate essence Qi. Compared to the innate essence Qi, the innate essence Qi was weaker. Damn it! My tri-spell celestial radiance world has been completely devoured by the devil refinement paradise. Otherwise, I could have used the power of the tri-spell celestial radiance world to suppress and refine this bastard with a single thought. His eyes were cold. However, a mighty martial artist is still a mighty martial artist. He's not someone you ants can shake. 3 laws. Light judgment, light purification, descend. The powerful being in a white robe quickly made a series of complicated hand gestures. Between his palms, a long spear of judgment condensed from pure light appeared. Gripping the judgment spear, he hurled it forward. Wherever the law of light passed, the void turned into pure darkness, taking away all the light. Law of light purification. In the next moment, the pure light enveloped Qin Feng. Qin Feng frowned. The surrounding void had been locked by the law of light. Even if he hid in the void, he couldn't escape this attack. Primal chaos calamity. With a thought, the star river true power in his body turned into pure earth true power. A yellow gas soared into the sky, turning into a mountain that covered the sky. The divine earth mountain of the 5 sacred mountains. Rumble. A white light blasted on the divine earth mountain. The entire divine earth mountain crumbled under the terrifying power of the law of light, turning into ashes inch by inch. Even the divine earth mountain's condensed true god of earth became illusory and was about to collapse. No, the law of light is above all other powers. The divine earth mountain hasn't condensed the law of light. It's like tofu meeting a rock. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. With a move of his palm, a yellow pearl appeared in his palm. Earth treasure, true earth pearl. A torrential wave of earth yuan qi flowed within the true earth pearl. This was the monster core of the stone puppet king, containing the stone puppet king's enormous energy essence. In the past, it would have taken 10 days to half a month to completely refine the true earth pearl. However, this was an opportunity. With the help of this martial path, he could quickly refine the true earth pearl and merge it with the divine earth mountain. He might even be able to condense the divine earth mountain into a small success. With a smile, the true earth pearl silently sank into the divine earth mountain. As soon as it entered, it was swallowed by the divine earth mountain. Boundless earth essence Qi gushed out, and the collapsing divine earth mountain quickly repaired itself, releasing an even more dazzling light. Final struggle. The Almighty in white sneered. With a palm strike, an extremely ferocious law of light surged into the law of light. Kacha. The divine earth mountain's aura became unstable again. Qin Feng didn't care at all. He only focused on controlling the great earth god mountain to refine the great earth pearl. Under the immense pressure, the entire great earth pearl was being refined rapidly. The surging earth essence was like melting ice as it blended into the great earth god mountain. Kacha, Kacha. The entire divine earth mountain began to change. Layers of runes extended from the core of the divine earth mountain to every inch of the mountain, tempering the divine earth mountain. The huge divine earth mountain began to shrink. In the blink of an eye, it had shrunk by 10 times. However, the light it emitted was 10 times brighter than before. Rumble. At the same time, at the center of the divine earth mountain, Countless complicated and obscure runes absorbed the energy of the earth from the divine earth mountain, giving birth to even more runes. The many runes formed an ancient formation, and a primitive and primal aura surged out. Gradually, an extremely obscure, archaic character appeared. The word Earth. The moment this primordial word appeared, it seemed to have merged with the entire divine Earth Mountain. Boundless Earth essence chi surged into it, and the word Earth changed shape. A majestic emperor wearing an earthy yellow emperor robe walked out from the core. He looked very similar to Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyes flickered, and a hint of joy appeared. This was the true Earth God, one of the 5 chaos true gods that symbolized the small success of the chaos calamity. This was the second chaos calamity divine power, after the true god of flames, small success. The moment he appeared, Qin Feng felt that his control over the divine Earth Mountain had become much easier. The entire divine Earth Mountain took root in the void and absorbed the Earth essence chi. It began to resist the white-robed mighty figure's spear on its own. The law spear was no longer a threat to Qin Feng. He actually used my attack to condense a divine power. The white-robed mighty figure's face was frighteningly gloomy. At this moment, he also reacted, but it was too late. Damn it, I'm sealed in the fiend ancient pagoda. I can't even use 1/10 of the power of the law of light. Otherwise, I would be able to kill this ant outside. However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Qin Feng raised his hand and pointed. The entire divine Earth Mountain tore through the void like a meteor and bombarded the white-robed mighty figure like a comet. The white-robed mighty figure roared angrily and soared into the sky. However, in the next moment, the entire divine Earth Mountain emitted a yellow light. A gravitational field was formed, and the void seemed to have solidified. A hint of anger flashed in the white-robed mighty figure's eyes. In the next moment, the entire divine Earth Mountain crashed into him. Blood splattered. He turned into minced meat. Chapter 610. He passed the 18th stage. Many young experts below the ancient fiend refining pagoda saw Qin Feng's 18th lantern light up, and their expressions gradually turned serious. Passing the 18th stage meant that Qin Feng had defeated 3 powerful early-stage martial artists in one go. This was not something that could be explained by luck. At this moment, besides Gong Sun Hong and Jian Zongyuan, the other 12 prodigies, Yi Guangji, Taishu Feng Yin, Gong Yangzi, Yang Changsheng, Qi Yinu, and Ji Yao, had all entered the ancient fiend refining pagoda. At present, the first place was still Chunyu Feng Shun, with 24 points, first place. The 19th stage. Silently, a figure appeared in the vast wilderness. Qin Feng's figure appeared in the air. The entire space was lush, and the primitive green of life filled one's eyes. Faintly sensing the forest, Qin Feng raised his brows and said, "Come out." The shadows of the trees danced in the wind, and the figure was sent far away, but there was no movement at all. "Looks like I knocked the wrong way." Qin Feng smiled and waved his sleeve. A ball of flames surged, and in the next moment, a surging tide of flames surged into the forest. Countless forests and even the ground were instantly turned to ashes in the flames. Rolling flames swept out, and the entire field of vision turned into a sea of fire. After the sea of fire passed, thousands of miles were charred black, and only ashes were left. Rumble. The sky was gloomy, and black clouds pressed down. Crackle, crackle. Qin Feng raised his head in surprise. Countless raindrops fell like beads. A torrential downpour. As the rain fell, it extinguished the fire and mixed with the ashes on the ground. Pieces of fertile black soil were formed, and countless roots could be seen growing out of the soil, stirring up vitality. Puchi. The sound of life breaking through the mud was like a clap of thunder to Qin Feng's extremely sensitive hearing. Countless green plants broke out of the ground, and layers of green grew like a carpet in the charred ashes. In the blink of an eye, a forest of thousands of miles was formed. This primitive forest was even more lush than before, and its vitality was exuberant. This miraculous scene made everyone gasp in amazement. The flames contained in Qin Feng's Chaos Fire Tribulation were not ordinary flames. They were top-grade spiritual flames, and there were even divine flames like the Fire of Hope. Previously, he was sure that forget about the roots of this forest. Even the ashes were completely destroyed, turning into the most chaotic vital energy. It was impossible for it to germinate. However, this unbelievable scene happened in front of Qin Feng's eyes. Slightly surprised, Qin Feng sneered in the next moment. "Come out. Don't hide and play tricks. The pinnacle of death is life. Although your life, death, withering glory, and spring and autumn cycle are wonderful, they can't fool me." Life and death profound. This was not the first time Qin Feng had seen it. Qin Feng had also seen it in Madame of Bones' White Bone Purgatory. He even personally helped the Madame of Bones condense the life and death source altar. This spring and autumn withering glory was also a kind of life and death profound. It was similar to Madame of Bones' life and death profound. "Young master is knowledgeable." A soft sigh sounded. Amidst the countless green lights in the forest, a huge face appeared in the sky above the forest. Long green hair. One side of the face was young, while the other side was old. However, it was strangely harmonious. Not only did it not look awkward, but it also gave off a feeling of perfection. This was a Wood King clan's Almighty. This Almighty in front of him was clearly stronger than the Almighty in the 16th, 17th, and even 18th stages. He had actually used the life and death profound to gradually refine the entire space, forming a new space. Although this was the life paradise of a martial Tao Almighty, it was clearly stronger than the previous Almighty. Qin Feng faintly felt a trace of pressure. The Wood King clan's Almighty looked at Qin Feng with greedy eyes and laughed sinisterly. However, young master guessed one thing wrong. This old man's main body has always been in front of you. When did I hide? He sensed that Qin Feng's body contained an extremely abundant life force. If he swallowed Qin Feng, not only would his strength be completely restored, but he would also be able to advance further. "You're this forest?" "No, you're this heaven and earth. You actually refined your own instincts into the auxiliary space of the ancient devil refinement tower and became a part of it?" Qin Feng was shocked. Qin Feng was enlightened. "No wonder you can regain the power of space. You have already broken free from the shackles of this space. If you're given more opportunities, you may be able to continue to grow stronger and obtain more freedom. You may even become the overlord of the ancient devil refinement tower." Exhaling slightly, Qin Feng could not help but be shocked by the Wood King's wisdom. The Wood King clan's Almighty laughed. "Kid, you guessed right. However, you know this old man's secret. Today, you will not be able to walk out of this space. You will become the nourishment of this space." Rumble. As soon as the Wood King finished speaking, countless ancient trees grew crazily. Their branches were thick and strong like green dragons, entangling Qin Feng. "You want to swallow me? Very well, I will swallow you first." Qin Feng's eyes flashed fiercely like lightning. To put it bluntly, the space in front of him was mainly formed by the spring and autumn law of life and death. As long as he could break this law of life and death, this space would be easily solved. The Milky Way true force in his body surged and turned into the innate yin-yang qi. The two innate yin-yang qi flew in the opposite direction of the vines and met the Wood King clan's attack head-on. Wherever the innate yin-yang qi passed by, the innate yin-yang qi would shatter the countless ancient trees and turn them into the purest qi of heaven and earth. Yin-yang qi, no, it's the innate yin-yang qi. The Wood King clan's almighty expert's face turned pale. The innate yin-yang qi was the innate yuan qi that was above all other yuan qi. The power of the innate yin-yang qi was not something that could be suppressed by the Wood King clan's half-baked space force. Unless he had the true power of the heavenly abode, he would not be able to stop it. Rumble. Incomparably violent, the ancient trees in the forest were shattered by the innate yin-yang qi and turned into pure yuan qi. Every time a forest was devoured, the innate yin-yang qi would grow stronger. No! Fear appeared on the almighty expert's face. The Wood King clan's almighty expert's body was sucked into the innate yin-yang qi, and he could only watch as his body was destroyed and devoured inch by inch. He begged and begged, but Qin Feng ignored him. 2 hours later, the vast forest was annihilated with a loud rumble, accompanied by an almost inaudible scream. A figure dashed out from the forest. At the same time, it was as if a hole was missing in the dimension, and the heart in the center was missing. Qin Feng's body was filled with a powerful qi that devoured the Wood King clan's magnate qi. The Milky Way true force in his body surged and almost broke out from the sky. His eyes were like lightning, and his body was like a demon god. His hair danced wildly in the wind as he channeled the 8 barren immortal mystic art, and the Milky Way true force surged into the deepest part of his body. 2 hidden stars in his head lit up one after another, like stars in the darkness. These are the 2nd and 3rd points of the 4th level of the 8 barren immortal mystic art, spirit essence. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with joy as a violent aura burst out from his eyes like 2 lightning bolts. After awakening the 2 divine treasure true acupoints, he had awakened 3 out of the 10 divine treasure true acupoints. As long as he could awaken the remaining 7 divine treasure true acupoints, he would be able to refine the last flaw in his body and reach the 5th level of the 8 barren immortal mystic art. Chapter 611. When Qin Feng killed the Wood King clan's almighty. The 19th red lantern was lit up. On the cold stone wall of the dark gray pagoda, the red lantern was extremely eye-catching. He passed the 19th level. There was an obvious ladder between the 18th and 19th levels. Above the nebula, the 3 elders of the Medicine King Hall, Jiang Wei and Hua Jiqing, looked at each other and took a deep breath. What kind of talent was it to pass the 19th level as a Sea of Reincarnation Realm cultivator? At the side, many inner disciples, true disciples, and elders saw the movement in the 9th door and couldn't help but look up from the other doors. Look, he passed. What passed? The 25th lantern. Gong Sun Hong passed the 25th level. What? Waves of exclamations caused everyone's gazes to shift over once again. In the next moment, a ray of light flew out from the 3rd door. Purple gas spread, and countless dragon roars resounded in the Devil Cultivation Paradise. On the water mirror in front of the Devil Cultivation Tower, a name replaced Chunyu Fengshen and appeared at the top. First, Gong Sun Hong, 25 points. Second, Chunyu Fengshen, 24 points. Many young experts were a little dazed. 25 points. This was a number that many young experts couldn't even imagine. Under such a shock, Qin Feng's result suddenly became ordinary again. The 20th level. Qin Feng rushed out of the passage with a red face. As soon as he appeared, a strange coldness poured on his head like a basin of cold water. In a world of ice and snow, the mountains in the distance and the streams nearby were all white. Under Qin Feng's feet was a mountain spring and a small stream. The bluestone beside the stream was smooth and clean. Strange winter plum trees grew in the cracks of the rocks. The snow-white petals had a hint of refreshing fragrance. Ding dong! Qin Feng raised his head and saw an exquisite pavilion not far away on the snow-covered hill. A burst of clear spring music came leisurely. Qin Feng faintly sensed a kind of star power of the same origin. Faintly, Qin Feng sensed a kind of star power. Art of the origin of stars. It's actually someone from Xingqian school. The art of the origin of stars was a secret technique of Xingqian school that was not passed down to outsiders. Powerhouses from other sects could not learn it. The guardian of this level was someone from Xingqian school, But why were people from Xingqian school locked up here? Could it be a traitor? According to what he knew, the ancient Tower of Devil Refinement was a place where one could enter but never leave. Unless one had committed an unforgivable crime, one would never be locked in here. The sound of the zither was melodious, carrying with it countless lingering thoughts. It seemed to be narrating the joys and sorrows of a bunch of lovers, their feelings of affection, hidden bitterness, and a wave of unconcealable resentment. Qin Feng walked in, and a beautiful girl playing the zither appeared in front of him. Her appearance was extremely beautiful. Her white clothes accentuated her tall and slender figure. Her fine black hair was tied up in a phoenix bun. Her temperament was noble and carried a trace of coldness. She was a mid-stage, mighty figure of the ice element. Slightly sensing, an extremely cold energy surged. In Qin Feng's vision, it seemed to form a star in the shape of a snow plum. Mei Huang's star, one of the leading stars of the ice element. Qin Feng sighed softly. Qin Feng had already vaguely guessed the identity of this girl. The legendary figure of Xingqian school, Mei Qiuhan. This Mei Qiuhan was a famous direct disciple of Xingqian school 500 years ago. It was rumored that she had outstanding talent and tyrannical talent. In less than 50 years, she was promoted to a direct disciple. She was a figure like a feudal lord. In the previous generation of Xingqian school, she was a peerless genius who was not inferior to the current head teacher. She was highly valued by the previous head teacher, who even wanted to take her as his direct disciple. She dominated all the major battlefields in the wilderness and was known as the Ice War God. It was unknown how many geniuses and formidable figures were swept away by her. It was even rumored that many of the elders and hall masters in the current Xingqian sect were admirers of Mei Qiuhan. However, such a person fell in love. If it was an ordinary person, it would be fine. What was more frightening was that she fell in love with the previous saint of Qingqian sect, Xian Zhuoyang. Xian Zhuoyang was the current head teacher of Qingqian sect. Qingqian sect was Xingqian school's archenemy. The two sects had been entangled for thousands of years. No one knew how many messy debts were between the disciples and elders of the other sect. Naturally, even with Mei Qiuhan's status and foundation in the sect, she could not withstand the hatred of countless fellow disciples. In the Star sect, where rules were strict, betraying one's master was the most terrifying rule. Even though Mei Qiuhan was brought to the Dongling region by Qingqian sect's Xian Zhuoyang, she could not escape the pursuit of Xingqian school. Back then, Xingqian school was rumored to have sent a few sages to pursue her personally. They even went to war with Qingqian sect at that time. Countless disciples and elders perished. They betrayed the sect and hunted her to death regardless of the cost. Qin Feng's gaze landed on the white-robed lady who was playing the zither in the pavilion. Originally, according to many rumors, this lady was secretly executed. He did not expect her to appear in the depths of the ancient devil refining tower. Qin Feng knew that he was in big trouble. This person was known as the Ice God of War. Even though she had been imprisoned for 500 years, she was still not easy to deal with. In the wilderness, there are vines scattered and dewy. There's a beauty, clear and beautiful. Meeting by chance, it is my wish. In the wilderness, there are vines scattered and dewy. There is a beauty, clear and beautiful. Meeting by chance, it is my wish. At this moment, the soft music stopped. Accompanied by the cold voice of the night, Mei Qiuhan stood up. She looked at Qin Feng with hatred and muttered, "Is it wrong to love someone?" Qin Feng was stunned. His eyes flashed as he spoke. "Of course it is wrong. You should not have loved your enemy. If you loved the enemy of your sect, where did you place your sect?" "Sect?" Mei Qiuhan laughed miserably. "What does my sect have to do with me?" Qin Feng shook his head. Mei Qiuhan's situation was like a girl who abandoned her parents and eloped with her lover. She did not care about the lives of her parents or even their feelings. She even boasted that she was righteous and did it for love. In her heart, she had completely tossed aside the feelings of being raised in blood relatives. The many years of companionship, sacrifice, and sacrifice were all like flowing water. They could not be compared to a few sweet words from her lover. You are also a disciple of Xingqian school. Since you dare to walk in here, you can stay here. Killing you should be able to soothe the undying pain in my heart. Mei Qiuhan muttered to herself. In her words, an extremely thick hatred and killing intent surged into the sky. With her as the center, the white snow turned as black as ink. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless black, cold winds blew towards Qin Feng. Ice and frost laws? With a thought, Qin Feng slashed at the void with his hand like a sharp sword, tearing open a crack in the void. His body entered the crack. A cold intent burrowed into the crack like maggots, spreading all the way. Countless void storms were frozen by the black, cold air. His expression changed slightly. His figure flashed and tore open the void. Qin Feng appeared 1,000 feet away. Raising his head, his eyes swept across the area. Mei Qiuhan had disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, Qin Feng's expression changed drastically. Behind me, a white figure appeared silently. A terrifying cold intent erupted from behind him. Chapter 612. The 20th Stage. Rumble. Countless black snowflakes swirled around and covered the heavens and earth. Qin Feng's figure emerged from a void. However, no matter where he tore the void, the violent black snowflakes would descend in the next moment. This Mei Qiuhan is indeed worthy of being called the Ice War God. Her battle will far surpasses that of some old antiques of the same level. Even with my battle will, I find it difficult to deal with her. Qin Feng thought to himself. In the next moment, his figure flashed and tore the void apart, disappearing into it. Rumble. The black sword light slashed through the void, and the cold snowflakes covered the void crack. Crack, crack. The formless void was actually frozen by the visible snowflakes. The sword light penetrated deep into the void and chased after Qin Feng's figure. In the storm, Qin Feng's expression was calm. A ray of light turned in his hand. Void exile. Countless snowflakes were distorted like torrents and transferred into another void torrent. And her mutated law of ice seems to be mixed with some strange power. It has the strange power of freezing and corroding the soul. With a casual slash of the void, the black light turned and Qin Feng's figure appeared in the void a few hundred feet away. Ice God's sword technique. A cold shout was heard. Countless black ice condensed around Mei Qiuhan's body in the void. Thousands upon thousands of them, like a storm, locked on a Qin Feng and shot down in an instant. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sword light filled the void. The air was frozen, the ground was frozen, the mountains were frozen, and the void was frozen. It was like a black torrent. In an instant, it was only a few dozen feet away from Qin Feng. Mei Qiuhan's timing was perfect. Qin Feng had just rushed out of the void crack. It was too late for him to turn back. Strange. It seems that he has some secret technique that can sense the changes in the void. Damn it. I spent too much time comprehending this time, and have yet to comprehend my own unique void mystique. Otherwise, with the strength of the void element, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Qin Feng was somewhat dissatisfied. He glanced above his head, and the silver light in his eyes surged. Chaos Tidal Extinction, 14th Sword. A vast sword light slashed out. Qin Feng had countless techniques, and the strongest one in terms of defense was undoubtedly the innate yin-yang divine picture that was derived from the Xianwu yin-yang Dao. In terms of strangeness, it was the chaos calamity, great divine ability. However, in terms of offensive power, only the Chaos Tidal Annihilation sword art, derived from the 13 swords of Daoyuo God Sealing, was superior. This sword art was a fusion of the innate chaotic unity chi and Qin Feng's self-created superposition technique. As long as one's body was strong enough, they could superposition themselves again and again. At the 13th revolution, Qin Feng's imposing manner had already broken through to the peak of the late Nirvana realm. At the 14th revolution, the surging star river true force in his body had impressively broken through to the realm of a martial artist. The vast sword light was like a waterfall from the nine heavens. With a slash of the sword, countless amounts of frozen cold air were split into two, sweeping towards both sides. The sword light was like heavy thunder, and in an instant, it streaked across the body of Mei Qiuhan, whose face looked as if he was crying and laughing at the same time. With a turn of the sword light, Mei Qiuhan's peerless body was cut into two like tofu. All of Mei Qiuhan's life force was almost wiped out by the sword. Even the core of the ice and snow laws were disintegrated by the sword light. The sword light flew past, and Qin Feng's figure appeared. Looking at the place where Mei Qiuhan's body disappeared, Qin Feng muttered to himself. Mei Qiuhan seemed to not want to live anymore. He could feel that Mei Qiuhan did not have any intention of dodging the last attack. In fact, Mei Qiuhan did not even use a tenth of his strength. What a pity! Qin Feng secretly shook his head. He actually hoped that Mei Qiuhan would be able to pull himself together and have a life and death battle with him. Life and death was the best place to sharpen a martial artist. Countless amounts of black snow fell, and threads of black gas evaporated from the ice and snow. Countless plum blossoms bloomed, and the petals fell, covering Mei Qiuhan's body. Just at this moment, his heart moved. Qin Feng focused his gaze, and below Mei Qiuhan's body, a line of big words appeared. Hey, we didn't meet. Qin Feng was slightly stunned. His eyes flashed. It seemed like Mei Qiuhan hated Xian Jiuyang as well. Xian Jiuyang was the current sect leader of Qinquan sect, and he had hundreds of children. Clearly, Xian Jiuyang was not someone who was infatuated with love. His heart was dead. Both sides were in despair. Rumble. A door opened in the void, and Qin Feng stepped into the 21st level. 2 hours later, Qin Feng killed a foreign race with golden wings on his back with a single slash, stepping into the 22nd stage. The expert guarding the 22nd level was at the late stage of a martial Dao mighty figure. 12 hours later, Qin Feng walked down on the back of a mantis demon with a pair of green cicada wings on its back and two strokes looking like the Azura blade. At this moment, he was covered in green blood, and there was a scar between his brows that extended from his eye to his chin. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Just a little bit more, and his head would have been split open by the green-wood praying mantis. After entering the 22nd level, Qin Feng could clearly feel a sense of pressure. The late stage of a martial Dao mighty figure demon was much scarier than the previous two levels. Even the power of the void was gradually losing its effect. Rumble. At the 23rd level, Qin Feng was lucky to meet a martial Dao mighty figure who controlled the law of darkness and shadows. Martial Dao mighty figures who controlled the law of darkness and shadows were the kings of assassination and could even hide in the shadows of the void. If any other young expert met with them, they would have a huge headache. After refining the absolute beginning star and obtaining its source, Qin Feng was like the king of light. The light shone through the void, and together with the profound of the void, the dark shadows had nowhere to hide. The galaxy true power turned into the purest absolute beginning true power, and the absolute beginning true power that had reached the fourth stage of the extreme beginning true power exploded. Using the pure absolute beginning true power, he slashed out the 14th sword of the chaos element tidal extinction. The sword radiance slashed a middle-aged man in black with a ferocious face. The middle-aged man in black had a look of unwillingness in his eyes, and the law of darkness and shadows seemed to have met its nemesis and instantly broke apart. Rumble. The sword radiance broke apart, and the life in his body disappeared. With a flash, Qin Feng appeared at his original spot. His eyes flashed with a look of relief. The power of the law of darkness was so grand. If he hadn't cultivated the galaxy true power to the fourth stage of the extreme beginning true power, not to mention killing a mighty figure, even protecting himself would be a problem. Any trace of power in the body of a mighty figure could easily kill a martial Dao giant. The true power cultivated by martial Dao experts also had different grades. The lowest grade was the Vajra grade, the next grade was the True Dragon grade, and the next grade was the Heavenly Dao grade. Every sect had their own secret techniques that could raise the grade of their true power. The higher the grade of their true power, the stronger their strength and potential. It was rumored that only those who possessed the Heavenly Dao grade true power would have the chance to reach the Demon God realm. Vajra grade, True Dragon grade, Heavenly Dao grade, and even the legendary Extreme Dao grade. Every grade had 9 levels. Qin Feng comprehended the innate chaotic origin Qi and obtained the spirit spring of life, the wonders of the chaos tree, the purple Qi of the son of heaven's fate, the Venus star's origin, the primeval star's origin, the absolute beginning star's origin, and many other miraculous items. If not for that, it would be impossible to use the power of the sea reincarnation realm to split open the law of true soul of a mighty figure. For example, a strand of hair that could cut through a divine weapon was a miraculous power. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.